now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Order, honorable members. I've been informed that the Whipari has agreed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Before we proceed, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome ministers, deputy ministers from the economic cluster. You are welcome. I now call the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Honorable Cele, to respond to question number 180, asked by Honorable Sefako. Honorable Deputy Minister Cele.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't know if I need to repeat the question, but the question has been asked.
Yes.
So I'll provide an answer.
Just to provide the answer. Honorable members do have the question.
Thank you. The Department of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries has published the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Plan / Strategy through Government Gazette on June 2015 for public comments and inputs. The plan has incorporated climate change strategies and specific actions which the department and sector should undertake to contribute towards farmer development. 2, the department has further developed the climate change adaptation and mitigation program to implement the sector plans and strategies. The programs aim to facilitate mitigation and adaptation to climate change in the sector, minimizing the vulnerability to the impacts of climate change, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the sector. The programs give emphasis to an inclusive approach that climate change responses need to be built upon local and indigenous knowledge, need to promote multi-stakeholder awareness, creation, and capacity building. There is currently no financial commitment to the climate change programs, but it is proposed that appropriate institutional and financial capacity needs to be developed within the DAF to support the climate change programs, as well as the agricultural and forestry extension programs and agricultural disaster risk reduction programs. The DAF climate change programs seek to leverage additional financial resources to supplement the department's limited resources, and that the financial commitment will be determined through wider consultation with stakeholders and role players. However, DAF has committed funding to specific climate change research and renewable energy projects, such as the biogas production integrated crop livestock system using crop and animal waste and sensitivity of suitability to the impact of climate change, including analysis of the vulnerability of farming communities in general for better response. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Supplementary question, Honorable Sefako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you very much for questions well responded to. Just as a follow-up question, is the program going to ensure that it covers or reach out all these vulnerable communities in rural areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, I don't know whether it's poverty of sound or it's me that doesn't really hear very well, but I suspect there is a poverty of sound, giving a proper outcome.
Okay, no, thanks. Let me assist you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Sefako, can you please try to repeat your question?
No,
Try to be close to the mic so that we get the question.
thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson. It was a sense of appreciation for the ministers having indeed answered the questions. But however, the follow-up was, is the program going to ensure that it reaches out those vulnerable communities in rural areas? Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, I think by now you got it very well.
Very much improved. Thanks. Chairperson, we will understand that the question of climate change and global warming is not a localized, even nationalized problem. It's an international problem. Hence, South Africa as the government, and will be led in coordination by Department of Environmental Affairs and Agriculture, one of the big contributors on mitigation. We will be part of that, including sitting on the international fora when it comes to this, like the one that will be attending come December, that will be COP21 in France. But specifically, on the department, we are a scientific department as agriculture, and we do have capabilities, though will be limited, of dealing with the matter. One of that capabilities would be our AROC, Agricultural Research Council, that is contributing a lot, trying to mitigate on the individual and the farming community. One of those mitigations we have invented the 20% drought resistance maize seed, so that even if there is drought that we are experiencing, the devastation is limited through those inventions, through the scientific programs that are run by the department. We are also working on other matters, especially the inputs and the other seeds, to make sure that even if the drought is severe as is because of global change and all that, the farmers and the country in that sector do not find themselves under a serious strain. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, in anticipation of this year's El Nino phenomenon, which has reportedly affected already almost 10,000 provincial farmers and resulting in more than 30,000 cattle being lost in KZN, and which will cause the country's farmers to lose up to 10 billion rand this year. What plans have the department put in place to support the affected farmers?
Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, it would be a little bit of a via question. it is a little bit of a via question rather than the main question as it stands. But it's okay. Again, is the multifaceted and multi-approach dealing with the issue raised by the honorable member. Usually, these disasters are led by the copter, who through different stages, starting with the local government and all, will coordinate other departments when it comes to this, agriculture being one of them, water affairs, and then they're sending matters up for the declaration of that kind of disaster. Indeed, several provinces, but mainly 3 provinces, that will be your Free State, that will be your Northwest, and that will be KZN, but the north part of KZN, not the south of KZN, because south of KZN has been receiving good rains, linking with the Eastern Cape, which for some reason has got better gods, Eastern Cape, because it keeps providing rain when everybody else is dry. We have, as a Department of Agriculture, then coordinated the issue of especially animals. And KZN, as a department, have provided some money, I think 6 million rands, working on trying to help the farmers in terms of the feed, of the feed and moving some waters. But also, including yesterday, discussions with the MEC there, were trying, if we can move the stock, get the place where the stock can be temporarily moved from the far, because it's far north, temporarily moved for survival, and then when God begins to smile on us again and bring some rain, we rearrange that those things go back. But again, there is a coordination that is going on between the Minister of Water and Sanitation and the Minister of Agriculture. We hope soon that will yield some results in terms of assistance, specifically with animals in the north of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honourable Chairperson, I'm a little bit concerned in terms of the program that the Minister has in place, because we all know that KZN is without water and that 30,000 cattle had already been lost, and the Minister is still trying to coordinate with the Department of Water Affairs to do something, but nothing has been done yet. And this is a disaster of note, and something must be done immediately. It cannot be left for when the department can get organized or coordinated with another department. This should be emergency funding, and I know we want to know what emergency plans this department has in place to sort this problem out right now.
I'll allow the Deputy Minister to comment if it's intending to, but it's a new question. It's not linked to the original question. Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, it's a good question.
Order members.
I just wish that we all learn and borrow ears when we speak. I said KZN Department of Agriculture has put 6 million. Well, I don't know if 6 million, is nothing. I really don't know that when you come here, 6 million becomes nothing. Because that money has been put to be used as farmers seen. I said, for instance, the feed has been bought. That's what I've said. That the feed has been said working on this 6 million. But also, members, I'm sure they are very aware that the declarations of emergencies is not the departmental level. You collect the information, you send it, and then at the presidential level, it could be then declared. But I'm simply saying coordination is for us to be ready, but something has been done with 6 million put on place already, and that 6 million has been sent in that particular area, and that 6 million has done some things to alleviate the problem there. 6 million cannot be nothing.
Thank you. We now come to question 171, asked by Honorable Keila, Honorable Deputy Minister. 171.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the answer will be 21,352 entrepreneurs, those are smallholders. 19,883 of them will be smallholders, and 1,469 will be commercial. Were supported in 2014-2015 financial year through CASP. CASP is Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program. The funds ring-fenced for direct farmer support in 2014-2015 was 854 million, and which 96.6% was spent on this program. That is 14-15. Entrepreneurs targeted for support in 2015-16 is 16,392 smallholder farmers and 1,475 commercial farmers. Mostly of these commercial supported will be black farmers. The funds ring-fenced for direct farmers support in 2015-16 is 746 million as per the approved business plan as we stand. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Keila. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, does your department have an implemented program that is intended to create a reliable and sustainable market for the products of agriculture entrepreneurs? If so, what are the details? If not, why not? Thank you. Naimarika mhlekazi yokubaba bathengisa abantu.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
I do have, I'm sure, it's not the quality, I'm sure it's my ears, that I really don't, maybe if just natural voice, if I can hear the question.
Honorable Keila, try to be close to your mic so that you can be audible.
Can you protect me, please?
You are protected, Honorable Keila.
Ngaba ikhona nemarika yobana abantu bathengise iproduce sabo. Ubana ayikho ngaba isizathu yintoni na ubani ngabikho. Uvile ke mhlekazi. Inkosi.
No, thanks, Honorable Member. Divile. Divile kahle. Ngiyasola ukuthi sihlushwa imishini nje. The question of agriculture and markets, members would understand that basically, fundamentally, it's a business of DTI. It's a business of DTI to negotiate and find markets for agricultural products. So That question maybe will be relevant there, how much they have. But it does not make us to fold our arms. We do work with our colleagues to make sure that those markets are found. The problem with agricultural markets are highly attacked and highly saturated to an extent that if you don't put an extra effort on them, of which we are doing, both internally and externally, both national and internationally, putting those efforts, especially with the smallholders that we work with them to develop. We try to develop them from A to Z, including the markets. Most of their markets will be national markets, especially the best market at the present moment will be government market. Unfortunately, Chairperson, maybe smallholder farmers, they haven't taken themselves very serious up to this point. You find that they get the market. Let's say DSD gives them the market. And the DSD want to be sustained because of the job they do. And you come back and see that after 3 months, the supply is cut. And then they have to go back to the original big companies and all that, which does not help then the sustainability of these smallholders. But we are working on that once you start, please don't stop. But markets generally is a job of the DTI.
Thank you. We now, Deputy Minister, come to question 196, asked by Honorable High. I'm reliably informed that Honorable Pakis will be standing for. It must not be. Yeah, we can take up to 4, but I'm not going to force questions. Members must raise their hand. Let me be lenient, and I'm not going to do it again as I'm doing it now. Honorable Smith, you can have your follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, what plans have the department put in place to ensure that these entrepreneurs have a demand market for their supplies?
How? Yeah, answered. Same.
We now come to question, Deputy Minister, we now come to question 196, the one of Honorable High. I'm reliably informed that Honorable Pakis will be standing for Honorable High. Honorable Deputy Minister, question 196.
Citrus fruit already have access to China, Eastern Europe, and India as markets are open. China market has a number of challenges in the area of higher than competitor tariffs for South African fruit. Both Australia and Chile, the two major competitors to South Africa, access the market at more favorable tariffs. Unlike South Africa competitors, it is difficult to negotiate a reduction in the tariff as South Africa has an agreement that it negotiates trade access with countries as a member of SACU. And there are currently no plans by SACU to negotiate a trade deal with China. Strict protocols in respect to sanitary and phytosanitary requirements are also a challenge, which also increases the cost of fruit into market, making the price of South African citrus less competitive. The fruit must be kept at a temperature of below freezing for 22 days. This often has implications for the quality of the fruit on arrival. There's been ongoing negotiations to try to improve the current protocol, but as the Chinese believe that this is the only way to ensure that a particular pest in South Africa does not make its way into China. In terms of the increasing market share, trade promotion is a DTI competence in respect to providing funding for access to trade shows and buying and selling missions support. The industry have been supported to attend the Beijing Fruit and Vegetable Congress and Exhibition, as well as Asia Fruit Exhibition, which is held in Hong Kong, but well attended by Chinese importers. Both these events are held annually. Citrus exports into Eastern Europe have been increasing, especially into Russia. The industry have been taking advantage of the support from government to attend World Food Moscow and Ukraine Fresh Congress, which have importers from all over Eastern Europe attending. Eastern Europe has been particularly challenging from exporters of fresh fruit as export credit facilities have become more expensive, and this is a particularly difficult market in regards ensuring payment for goods delivered. There have been recently changing trade requirements in terms of technical requirements in regard labeling, and the department has been engaging with the particular authority to deal with this. In respect to India, the main challenge into this market for citrus is the tariff that varies from 35% to 40%. There are currently negotiations taking place between SACU and India to develop a free trade agreement, and the department is ensuring that the reduction, if not the removal of tariff, is kept high on the offensive list of the negotiation with SACU. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Pakis, supplementary question.
Sihlalo siyabulela nge-responses efumeneyo awukho omunye umbuzo. Nkosi.
Thank you. Any supplementary question? Thank you. We now come to question 172, Deputy Minister. The question is asked by Honorable Kaula. 172.
Lo mbuzo abawupotshozile lo. Yes, since the outbreak of the prevailing drought conditions, the department has been working closely with the provincial counterparts to ensure assistance to the affected farmers. One of key to the response measures was an assessment of impact of the hazard in collaboration with the provincial department and the relevant disaster management institution in order to clarify its magnitude and severity. This has resulted with a report being considered for presentation to the National Treasurer to access funding once the state of disaster has been declared under the Disaster Management Act of 2002. As a proactive emergency relief measure, the Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in KwaZulu is currently implementing a 6 million, which I guess is something, emergency relief measure targeting small-scale farmers in the province. Engagement are also in progress between the department, organized agriculture, and other stakeholders to mobilize support in the form of animal feed to support the needy farmers. I have personally initiated this process and my department is following up on it. To ensure ongoing risk avoidance, the department is continually issuing monthly advisories and warnings to the farming community to encourage them to practice risk-averse behaviors necessary to mitigation against effect of the prevailing drought and associated risk. One of those risks is usually fire. It should be noted that ash drought is a multidisciplinary phenomenon. The department coordinates its work with that of Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The first opportunity will be given to Honorable Kaula.
Ngiyathokoza, Mhlonishwa Sihlalo. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Let me begin by correcting the wrong that was spoken about earlier on. There is no rain in the South Coast. There is no rain in the South Coast. It has not rained. As we speak right now, Ugu District Municipality is delivering water by road from Potchefstroom to Harding every night so that people in Harding can have water. And Honorable Deputy Minister, I just want to find out from the Deputy Minister if the 6 million is enough, if you consider that the whole district of Ugu, the whole district of Sisonke, the whole district of Zululand, and the whole district of Mkhanyakude, and some other parts like Umzinyati and some parts of Tungulu do not have water. Now, is the 6 million enough for these programs, if you consider how wide the province of KwaZulu-Natal is? And added to that is the question of saying, is this looking only to the small-scale farmers, or are we also talking about subsistence farming in the rural areas? La umhlonishwa naye qhamuka khona emakhaya lapha ukuthi basizakala nabantu ngalo 6 million noma sibheke nje labo small-scale farmers kuphela. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Ngiyayibonga le ndawo yokugcina yokuthi siphuma same place eSouth Coast. Let's debate kubuya amadadu kuyogeza. Rain. The problem, the rain is in the south and along the sea, then does not fill the rivers. Abengisekhaya izolo belina. Yesterday it was raining at eThekwini. Well, eThekwini is not in the west. EThekwini is not in the west, unless it's a new Ethekwini. But Lelengilaziyo is south of the province. Not only that, on the 16th of November, which happens to be the World Food Day, I was at Kwangutjana in Pizana, where Mamuni comes from. 16 October. We were doing the Food World Day. On our way driving back, we were saying, thanks God for giving us rain. And we were driving from Pizana back to eThekwini. Ngidlule ekhaya eMzumbe, ngidlule eSayiti, ngidlule eMkomazi, ngikhuphuka. There was rain. Mhlambe problem ayo inethetiyeleni kuphela. Maybe that is his problem, that it only rains on the tar road. But I saw it. I was there. Driver, motor, driver. So I saw that there's a rain here in the south. But is it enough? I guess it's not. I will fully accept that. That is not enough. But again, it doesn't get inland where we'll push our rivers to swell. Because if the rivers, they end there, so they are dry on the streams where they come from and all that. So it doesn't help us. That's why, itraki ivela isuka eside osogwini iye Harding inland. Inland Harding. If you drive from Potchefstroom to Harding, we are almost 70 kilometers. Siyavumelana. It's 70 kilometers. So we say inland. That's what I'm saying. But coming to this, money cannot be enough of helping. Definitely, if we would get more money of helping, we would put more money. And I agree with you. The smallholders, the money to work on that, for some reason, because it's more on the food security matters, we have agreed that we'll help on it. But the question you are raising is substance, which also is more on the security, on the food security matters. But I think at that level, we'll work nalabantu okhuluma ngabo. Ukuthi bawathatha ngama-truck amanzi bawahambise. Because while that water is only for drinking, mostly our gas, they must be able to find, it doesn't need much to deal with your gardens in your egcekeni lakho, rather than the small-scale farmers, because small-scale farmers would move within hectare to 10 hectares. That would be small-scale farmers to 5. So maybe that assistance is more needed, with the hope that other governments, especially your local governments, will help in the sustaining farmers. But overall, it's a declaration that we're expecting, which then becomes not the agricultural department problem. Once it is declared, it becomes a government issue, which we hope it will happen and happen quick to help people there. But enough, no. Better coordinated, and wish that we have more capacity, yes. But that's not what is happening at the present moment.
Thank you, TM. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Minister, a written reply to a DA parliamentary question has revealed that the drought relief grant issued by the Department of Water and Sanitation was underspent by 98%, while people on brink of starvation. Even worse, another reply to a DA parliamentary question revealed that KwaZulu-Natal declared a state of provincial disaster in July 2014, and almost 500,000 people are affected by food insecurity. I'm just bringing out the magnitude of the problem, Deputy Minister. You already said that this 6 million, you acknowledged that the 6 million rand is not enough, right? Now, as a department, do you have any plans, except the hope that you're talking about other departments? What's your plan in this department to acquire more money? And do you have any plans? A simple no would be acceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Deputy Minister, order members.
No, I'm not going to be given a question that has not mind and want me to answer it the way you want it. No, I'm not going to do that to me. No, you're not going to do that to me. The question, firstly, we talk about the underspending of water. By who? By agriculture. Because you say there was money given by water and sanitation, but there was underspending. I want to be clarified if it was by agriculture.
Honorable Julius, you want to clarify?
Chairperson, a point of order. Can the minister please respond through you, please? Thank you.
Yeah, we are correct to respond through me. The Deputy Minister is posing a question. Is it the Department of Agriculture you are referring to, or it's Water and Sanitation? Before he can get to the details of his response.
It is influencing his department. If you see in agriculture, nothing is happening in water. I'm responding, Chairperson.
No, thank you.
Nothing is happening in water you should do something. You can't just fold your arms. It's government.
Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have clarified that it's a different department. Honorable Deputy Minister, it's a different department. Honorable Lamin.
That's why
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm standing on a point of order. The question is for Department of Water and Sanitation, so the member is out of order.
No, Honorable Lamin, let me assist. That is why Deputy Minister posed a question to be clarified whether they are referring to his department or a different department. And Honorable Julius has clarified. So it's entirely up to you, Deputy Minister, whether you want to go on and comment about another department or you don't want to do that. It's entirely up to you to DM.
I didn't want to do is to be channeled to know based on the question that is not very bright. because my no would not be bright too. So I'm not answering the non-bright question.
Thank you. Let's get to the third one. No, Honorable Julius, we are not recognized. Honorable Van Lingen. Honorable Julius, we are not recognized. The hand of Honorable Van Lingen was up. Is the third one to make a follow-up question. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, when in the beginning I asked the first question about the 6 million rand and the fact what the minister is doing. This question specifically refers to, in the Roman small eyes, livestock as a result to the devastating drought in KwaZulu-Natal. I would like to ask the minister if 30,000 cattle had been lost and 6 million rand had been given. You can only, at 6,000 rand a head of cattle, can you buy 1,000 cattle. Now, what about the 29,000 other cattle that have been lost? The issue is here, what is being done for small-scale farmers and subsistence farming programs. So we're really looking at small people, small farmers who are trying to make a living out of agriculture, and a drought ruins absolutely everything if you lose 30,000 cattle in one province. What has the minister got in place for that?
Deputy Minister. I would like to get the source of her figures to start with. Could you be quoted where these 30,000 come from? Can we get the source of 30,000? Yeah, so that we deal with the thing that affects. Can we get the source of the 30,000?
Honorable Van Lingen, are you ready to assist with the source?
It's the Landbou Weekblad, Honorable Chairperson. If you just read the Landbou Weekblad at the time, it would have been there.
No. We're not being assisted.
So far,
Order, honorable members. Let's allow the Deputy Minister to respond. He wanted a source so that he can be able to have the proper context before responding. And unfortunately, that is not forthcoming.
So it
Deputy
would be
Minister.
nice, because it doesn't help to come to this place and bring the figures that you dreamt about. So we will have to work on that. That's not the figure we have from our own sources. That's not the figure we have, to start with. Secondly, Chairperson, the drought that we are facing is a government.
Honorable order, members. Honorable Julius, please. Can you continue, Honorable Deputy Minister?
Chairperson, I didn't know I was coming to the kindergarten. The issue of drought is not for the Department of Agriculture per se. It's a government issue. This is the contribution we say we have made, and we are making more contributions in trying to coordinate and find the answers. And I have admitted, especially with where the question originates, that the money is not enough. That's why we will be working extra to see if the assistance is approved and improved.
Thank you. Let's have the last one. That will be Honorable Makue. In terms of follow-up questions.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The concern in the question that I have is being tested with you whether it is proper to only concentrate on 6 million rand and not look at the other support that the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries are giving to small-scale farmers and to entrepreneurs. Is that happening, Minister?
Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, I don't know if one is concentrating on 6 million. If you do read the question, you say, we are coordinating other departments. Water affairs is part of it. We are taking the matter to the highest level. The highest level will be when it is declared, because members should not take as if the drought should be budgeted by agriculture per se. It's across the board. Drought is across the board. It's not a departmental issue. It's a governmental issue. So that I agree. Even the coordination of disaster, yes, is a drought with agriculture, but members here will understand that the custodians of disasters, if this is not agriculture, it's COCTA that is a custodian of disasters. So, I'm giving the portion that agriculture really does, and we shall continue to do that because we are directly affected as agriculture. But who is most affected is the government across the board. That's why we'll keep pushing. I want to repeat, 6 million cannot be enough. That's why we need to keep going, trying to get better assistance to the farmers and the general populace in that area dealing with this matter.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister Cele to respond to question number 181 asked by Honorable Sefako. Question number 181.
The main objective of 24 projects is to act as a catalyst in unblocking the various challenges that face the aquaculture sector and contribute towards the Operation Phakisa. Operation Phakisa aspirations of job creation, GDP contribution, transformation, and increasing primary production. The 24 projects were divided into 3 phases based on the readiness to be implemented. Currently, 9 projects are being implemented as per their 3-feet plans, which is in line with the targets of Operation Phakisa. The project in implementation have resulted in the creation of 521 additional job opportunities and an increase in annual production of more than 120 tons per annum. Skills development is ingrained within the projects, and participants are being trained with various aquaculture-related skills, e.g., fish husbandry, production, water quality management, feeding, and others. The question, Chairperson, did ask if these main objectives of empowering coastal communities, I want to say aquaculture is not only just for coastal communities. It's for nations, including inland. For instance, I think one of the biggest farms of prawns is in Gauteng, in Krugersdorp. So it's not just coastal, but it's in the whole country where we're pushing aquaculture. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Sfako.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Really appreciated answer, response to the questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Smith. Supplementary question.
Thank you, as Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, in light of the Mafefe Fish Farm project in Capricorn District Municipality in Limpopo, which collapsed yet again, what was the total amount spent to date on this project, and what will the cost be to revive this project?
Honorable Chief Whip.
That is a new question, Chairperson.
I'm ready to answer it.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
This is question 165, completely independent question. Lowest Shango Poch, but it's a complete independent question 165. The answer goes thus. The Mafefe Fish Farm project is the Capricorn District Municipality, was funded by the Department of Environmental Affairs, and the request for the expenditure should be referred to that department. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Prince. Can you bring the mic close so that the DM can get to the question?
Thank you, Minister, for the answer. Where are the projects or planned projects located? Which provinces currently stand to benefit from aquaculture development? What was it?
You mean 24 projects? Okay. Here are they. Here is a list. Is a Hesher expansion that is at Peters North Oyster, expansion East London ITZ Corp, expansion Hamburg Cluster Oyster, expansion Fenderstop, that's a catfish, expansion Jacob's Bay Sea Products, expansion Agobe, expansion HIK Abalon, new Amatikulu Corp, expansion Amatikulu Omanets, expansion DS and Abalon Hishari, new Hamburg Cluster Corp, new Sadana. Could I? I'll give you the.
Thank you. Honorable Zwane. Order members, Honorable Zwane.
Thank you, Chairperson. One would appreciate the effort by the department to emphasize the importance of agriculture.
Try to be close to the mic.
Because it is one of the very important sectors for economic transformation. However, Minister, I just want to know the extent to which young people are involved in all these projects. I don't know whether I would be able to give us just an idea of how many of these projects are actually run by young people, because I think we need to draw them closer to agriculture. It is very important. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, Chairperson, I would not have figures per se of young people that are there. But I must say to you, when Minister and we came on this department, that was our big worry. Will we be able to answer the second demand from the state of the nation, creation of jobs? Because creation of jobs cannot be separated from young people. So we were trying to find the answer, what can we do? We even invited these people who call celebrities to talk about, we send them in the road shows to talk about agriculture and all that. But we discovered that we have been overtaken by the enthusiasm and zeal goes no fuku nentshisakelo yabantwana bethu that they want to come on it. The problem at the present moment, Honorable Member, now, that we are really working hard, we are flooded by the request of young people wanting to come, make entrances. Chairperson, we need a serious mental restructure of issues and things to assist our young people. Finances will be one of them. Several of them, they have skills. I've visited some few universities, including Nelson Mandela. I've been there, Pretoria, UP, to meet those that have, several of them that are doing masters in agriculture. The question they ask, we're finishing this masters, where do we go? So that's a question that we're supposed to answer, working with finance, working with the rural development to find the answer, where do they go? But we've got, at the present moment, we have been approached by young, they're all graduates, they're between 22 and 27. They want to start a piggery, they want that kind of assistance, we're working on that. Went to Limpopo is a group of, the oldest of them is 30 years old. They are producing tomatoes like nobody's business. So young people, they are on board on this. What they need to do, what we need to do is to help them, but the major assistance that we need to work on them are markets, so that they don't get despondent because there are no markets. They produce, but no markets. So young people are really coming on board, and ours is to really help them, and help them hard.
Thank you. In terms of Rule 246, subsection 5, we're supposed to deal with question 2 or 3. But if a member is not in the house and there is no arrangement, then that question falls off. The unfortunate part is that I don't see even a single member from the EFF. So let me take this opportunity to thank you, Deputy Minister, for responding to all your questions. Thanks a million times, Deputy Minister. By thanking you, I'm not saying we are chased from the house. You are still welcome to be part of us. We now come to the Minister, Honorable Minister of Energy, Jumat Peterson. Question number 162 by Honorable Van Lingen. Honorable Jumat Peterson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members, and thank you very much to the honorable member for the question. The Department of Energy and the National Treasury is developing the proposals and recommendations regarding the financial implications, the proposed funding model, and the risk identification and mitigation strategy for the nuclear new build program. As soon as the work of that committee is done, we'll be able to share that information with the rest of the members of Parliament, the NCOP, and the National Assembly. In the meantime, there's no information that has been kept secretive. There's transparency. We are sharing information. But if the information is not available and there's nothing to share, there's nothing which has been kept secret, the work is still being done. So as soon as this committee reports to Cabinet and Cabinet has expressed itself on the work done by the committee, we'll be able to share it with the public, as well as the members of the NCOP and the Parliament. When we did Nuclear 1, it was a project which was done by ESCOM in a much earlier, I think that was in 2006. That was before the nuclear energy policy approved by Parliament and Cabinet in 2008. And we shouldn't confuse the work which we are doing now with that which was done by ESCOM in 2006. So some of the committees which are referred to by the member are committees which were there in 2006 when that nuclear procurement process was done. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, I am amazed because the Department of Energy and thereby the Minister is responsible for energy security in South Africa. So I find it very strange that the Minister only refers to the one section where she is now talking to the Minister of the Treasury, the Finance Minister. My point here, and my question was substantially changed. The departments are having meetings with coordinating or umbrella committees at provincial level with the province as well as with local government. And this is what I want to know. These meetings that are being held in secret, whether any information is available about this and what planning is being done. I keep on asking in this house, what forward planning is being done by the Department of Energy in terms of the energy crisis? And also, you can't just go and say, I'm busy trying to work out the finance model for nuclear one, but you haven't done any forward planning. So capital-wise, my question to the Minister would be, what is in the pipeline? What forward planning has she done? Because the cost of the nuclear plant does not just revolve around the reactor that you've got to build. There's a whole infrastructure and social plan that's being affected, and that is the crisis.
Honorable Van Lingen, before I can give the opportunity to the Minister to comment, maybe if you can clarify, I missed the part where you say the question was substantially changed. Are you saying the question that is here is not reflecting the question that you wrote to the Minister? Because we might be forcing the Minister to respond to something that was never asked. So clarify that part.
You know, Chairperson, 2 weeks ago, we had a media event with about questions being altered in Parliament. And this is one of the questions where they left out at what levels of government the provincial and municipalities, the coordinating committees are taking place. That's what I want to know.
No, Honorable Van Lingen. Order members, Honorable Van Lingen, it's not a complicated thing that I'm asking. I'm aware that we refer questions to ministers. It's not the minister that can change the question. I'm asking you, are you saying the question that is in front of us is not the question that was written by yourself?
Crucial issues were left out, like provincial government and local government were left out in that question. So the question was supposed to read, which committees were established to address the infrastructure capital projects required for the government's which departments at provincial and local government level were included? That was left out.
Thanks for the clarification. But suffice to say, Honorable Van Lingen, the Minister responded to what is in front of her. And the issue of dealing with the substantive question that was changed, it's an issue that can be subjected to the relevant structure to look at it and get to the bottom of it, because we cannot apportion that blame to the Minister and expect to know the original question that was posed. Not unless, Minister, out of what was said, do you have any comment? No, honorable members. You are not presiding, I'm presiding. I'm not going to suppress any person. I was just checking with the Minister if she has any comment out of what was said, but she has responded to the question that is in front of her. Then, be that as it may, but Honorable Van Lingen will try to make it a point that to get to the bottom of it to understand what happened to your original question. Honorable Julius. 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 The order members. Honorable Julius. You account on the basis of what is in front of you. That is why I tried to ascertain with Honorable Van Lingen so that we can be assisted. But you can't just stand up without even being recognized and talk. Honorable Van Lingen.
Chairperson, in reply to the question on the order paper, the Minister said she was working with the Minister of Finance and Treasury to work on the capital project.
Sorry, Honorable Van Lingen. Order, members. Let's allow Honorable Van Lingen. It's on the floor. We can't drown her. Go on, Honorable Van Lingen.
Is the Minister going to answer sections B and C of the question as well? No, she didn't. Of the 3 proposed sites. No, that one was before her, sir.
No? The unfortunate part, Honorable Van Lingen, is that we have already passed dealing with the question. And
A point of order. You cannot help the Minister duck and dive the question.
no.
This question, the Minister said she and the Minister of Finance are talking about the budget. But, so she has spoken about the first part of the question. Now, subsection B and C must still be answered.
Let me assist you. Let me assist you so that we're on the same page. And stop making inferences that are very serious. When I pose a question to you, I ask, is the question in front of us your original question or it has been changed? You said, no, it has been changed. Then I made an undertaking that it's going to be subjected to the necessary structure to get to the bottom of it. And now we are coming back, you are taking ownership of the question.
Chairperson, but are you then, let me just understand this clearly.
Yeah.
Are you then deleting this entire question off the order paper?
No, I'm not deleting any question.
Then the Minister is obliged to answer section B and C of the question.
Okay, order members. Honorable Minister, can you comment about B and C?
Chairperson, allow me to assist a very, very confused question that has been asked. The reason for the confusion is, A, what you read in the newspapers, and I do not respond to what I read in the newspapers, but what I'm actually doing and what the department is doing. So if you receive information via the newspapers and you believe that information and you expect me to respond to rumor, perceptions, I cannot. I respond to what we are doing factually. The second part, if the member can allow me.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Van Lingen, and allow the minister? You said she must respond. It's responding now, and you are standing up. Can you take your seat? Continue, Honorable Minister.
The second area of confusion is that Nuclear One is a nuclear procurement process which was initiated and led by ESCOM in 2006. This program allowed certain responsibilities and entities which were relevant to that particular program, which included meetings with provinces. Now, that particular program with ESCOM included looking at doing the environmental impact assessments. Part of that program and the information garnished through that program will be used in the nuclear new build program. So the minister also has to take into account the work that has been done in the past and the work which is currently being done. However, the honourable member is confused between the work which was done in the past and the work which is currently being done. Currently, as I explained very clearly, there is a committee between the Department of Energy and the Department of Treasury who are looking at the cost implications, the risk implications, as well as all the implications for provinces. When that information is given to me, I can respond. I cannot be irresponsible and give you half-baked and half-cooked answers. When we have those answers, I could respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, allow me to lead the minister to respond to question 176 asked by Honorable Madikale. Honorable Minister, question 176.
Thank you very much. This is a very clear question which has a very clear answer. The bid window one,
Order, members.
Of the renewable energy bid window one gave us 3,778.35 megawatts of energy, which was given to the department through renewable energy projects and the private sector. Bid window 2, 3,101 megawatts. Bid window 3, 4,661 megawatts. This has given us a total gigawatt of 11.5, and we have gone well over our target of 10,000 gigawatts of renewable energy. I will also add to say that we have procured under bid window 3.5 an additional 843 gigawatts of energy, bid window 4, 3,985,000 megawatts, for 3,517 megawatts of additional energy. The Department of Energy has produced a renewable energy report for 2015. We launched it at the SIRE conference. That was the South African International Renewable Energy Conference, which was held in Cape Town, in South Africa, 2 weeks ago. That report is available. We'll either distribute it as the House prefers, or we'll leave it outside for members to collect. It is a very detailed report with attachments of all the renewable energy projects which happened in each province. The renewable energy program is one of the most successful programs which has been lauded internationally and globally, which has brought the private sector to invest into South Africa. The private sector, through the forms of foreign direct investment as well as development funding institutions in South Africa and South African banks, have been the biggest funders and investors of this program. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Madikale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for a clear and detailed answers. Thanks.
Thank you. We now come to question 169, Honorable Minister, asked by Honorable Keila. 169.
Yes, the government will procure the nuclear new build program, including the 9,600 megawatts of nuclear power, in line with Section 217 of the Constitution.
Honorable Gaylor.
Honorable Minister, would your department consider other alternative economically efficient sources of energy so that much of what would have been spent on nuclear program can be redirected to other pressing and legitimate national priorities like higher education?
It's a new question, but it's entirely up to you, Honorable Minister, if you want to comment.
The Department of Energy has spelled out its energy mix in its integrated energy program, and that energy mix includes a mixture of renewable energy, which is solar and wind power. We have announced 3,000 megawatts of gas. This money for renewable energy doesn't come from the fiscus of the country. It comes from investments, comes from the private sector. We have announced a further 1,500 megawatts of solar energy for the Northern Cape. Where's the money for 1,500 megawatts of solar energy going to come from? It's going to come from the private sector. It's going to come from investments from Spain, investments from Italy, investments from Germany, investments from China, investments from Russia. It's coming from investments from all over the world. The 3,000 megawatts of gas energy that we announced, it's not going to compete with higher education. In fact, the energy space right now is the only sector in the economy that is bringing such huge investments from the private sector and commercial banks in South Africa and investors from foreign countries. The Renewable Energy Conference, unfortunately, many members didn't attend, was attended by 82 countries globally. And of the 82 countries, there were even more countries who have absolutely expressed their interest in investments in the energy sector in South Africa. South Africa's never had a gas industry. By announcing a request for information for 3,000 megawatts of gas, we have received requests for information from countries like Mozambique, with their gas fields, businesses from Mozambique, Angola, and the rest of the continent. The list is endless. So with nuclear energy, we'll also issue requests for proposals, requests for information, investments. And this huge budget that you are assuming will be coming from the state is misdirected, because even the budget for renewable energy is not coming from the state. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, this question reads, Section A, will be consistent with Section 217 of the Constitution. Is it not true that EarthLife Africa has taken the Minister to court about the Russian program, and that this program and her agreements are not in line with Section 217 of the Constitution?
Honorable Minister, order members.
We will respond to all matters of the court through the court, and it is up to the court to express an opinion. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, we now come to question 198 from Honorable Timunye. Question 198. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. The role of the Renewable Energy Market Transformation Project was intended to facilitate the introduction of renewable energy technology in terms of the white paper on renewable energy in the period up to 2013. A target of 10,000 gigawatts of renewable energy contribution has been set, and the Renewable Energy Market Transformation Project provided grant funding from the World Bank, which was used to support pre-investment services such as environmental impact assessments, legal services, etc., for power generation projects and many capacity building activities. The project started in 2008 and officially closed on the 30th of September 2013. Since then, the state of renewable energy in South Africa is actually highlighted in the booklet. I'll make sure, as I said, the booklets will either be distributed to members in the House or it will be kept to you. It is available to the public. It gives you an updated account of what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mtimunye.
Thanks, Honorable House Chair. I think I am largely covered by the Minister. At her own free will, can she share with us, perhaps, how much of the portion of the grant has went to my rural communities out of that?
Honorable Minister, even though where I'm seated, I'm lost about at your own free will. Honorable Minister, if you like to comment about the rural allocation.
Unfortunately, this matter, as referred to the Honourable Member, as I said, the grant was officially stopped on the 30th of September 2013. I tried to get information about it. I started the department as the minister in 2014. So the precise information was a little bit scanty. We had a meeting with the World Bank today, and that was quite a coincidence. The Director General for the Department of Energy, you may not know him, is Mr. Zulu. And I think he's quite prepared to look at that information, and if the information is available, we'll be able to give it. However, the renewable energy projects which are available now and which we are funding now have a portion which is for community trusts. And that is the portion which I would like members to monitor very carefully. Because those community trusts are going to receive quite a pretty penny when the projects mature and dividends are paid out to communities. I thank you.
Thank you. Let me indicate, Honorable Minister, that we have a follow-up question. Honorable Van Lingen.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I looked at this document, and it was something like $6 million that was given for the project. So it was quite a vast amount of money when converted to rand, even in 2013. So in the whole document, this minister's department only scored 60% or 66% for the project, which is rather a poor performance when you think that it is meant to introduce renewable energy, and one would think that there was quite a hidden agenda with the whole project against renewable energy and benefiting people that needed to enter into the grid. And as Honorable Mtimunye said, how many of his community benefited by that. So the punishment to the minister should actually be to do the project all over, because she didn't achieve what the department was expected to achieve.
What is the question? Honorable Van Lingen.
These projects need to have a
Honorable Van
sustainable
Lingen.
and possible effect on our rural communities. In what way Has the department made provision for these programs since international funds have been withdrawn by the Global Environment Facility?
Honorable Van Lingen, time for supplementary question, it's 2 minutes. And you know that better than I do.
Yeah, so the question took 30 seconds.
Honorable Minister.
The member is really good at living in the past. The first question she asks me is about 2006. I was in a province in 2006, not even at national government. Now she's obsessed with the question which I say the program ended in 2013. So, yes, and I answered the ANC member, and the member was happy with an updated report of 2015. Now, please, member, can you make the leap from 2013 to 2015? 2 years have passed. Maybe if I can take you to 2015, you'll be able to read the book. We can give you updated technology. We'll give you all the tools to read the 2015 report. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, so that we can be on the same page, suffice to remind you that even question 200, it's because of what I said earlier on, the member is not in the house, so that question will fall off. Then we'll go to question 177 by Honorable Dekhale. Honorable Minister. We're jumping question 200, the one from Mokoena, LG Mokoena of the EFF. So we're getting to question 177. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. There's a very detailed renewable energy widespread wind atlas for South Africa in the report. The wind atlas gives you a detailed breakdown of all of the wind projects that were connected. The total connected projects were 40, and a total of 2,021 megawatts were connected. The wind and solar projects were dominating the current renewable energy market, and South Africa's growing renewable energy footprint is explained in so much detail. I think what we are doing is we are changing the face of transmission planning. We are changing the scope of project development and project delivery. We have fundamentally changed the projects quite considerably from 2013 to 2015. So if you want us to go back to what happened in 2013, I'll also ask for a detailed report on that. But the structure of South Africa's renewable energy landscape has changed radically in terms of price, in terms of delivery, and in terms of its presence in the global market. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Is there any follow-up question? The Honorable Dekhale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The change that the Minister indicated to us this afternoon is that it shows us that the department is at work. Continue, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That wasn't a follow-up. Is there any other follow-up, Minister? Follow-up question? The Honorable Labuskaghni.
Minister, in the light of your answer on wind energy and giving the feedback on how good the RIPE projects are going, what is the reason that we are still counting or continuing on a path of nuclear in which the government is not transparent and it's not that affordable? Why are we not investing more in wind energy? It's a much shorter time space and cleaner, and it's renewable.
Honorable Minister.
I have explained the energy master plan and the energy mix we have for the country. Wind energy is part of the energy mix. Renewable energy is a separate part of the energy mix. And I don't think that we can be that mischievous in trying to compare the two.
The Honorable Nita.
Very much, Honorable Chair. My follow-up question, Honorable Minister, would be, in the process of delivering on the wind energy, did we manage to make a dent in terms of job creation? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
The economic impact of these programs, as well as job creation and the basis for economic development, is actually so much more improved. We are leveraging broader development benefits for the communities, benefits for the entire spectrum for different levels of jobs and the number of job hours that have been created. The Minister of Environmental Affairs, I'm sure, will be able to also attest to the type of progress of the renewable energy project, particularly in the commitments we have made to the different conference of the parties. When we go to COP21 as South Africa, the renewable energy program will be the program that South Africa would be able to showcase as a success story for the world. It is one which even the Germans are coming to learn from. So they are coming to learn from us. So yes, they are coming to listen to our advice. We don't always need to go to them for advice.
Thank you, Minister. There is no other follow-up question. The Honorable van Lingen.
Chairperson, the Minister is commenting in a very strange way, and she's really saying that wind energy is the model and the answer. And we just happen to agree with her, because the cost of nuclear is probably only going to add between 1.25 and 2.5% to our existing guarantees. But what will nuclear do if we go the nuclear way? So our point is renewable energy is the answer. Does the Minister agree to that, or has she an idea of what nuclear energy is going to cost us?
Honorable Minister, that is your last supplementary.
Thank you very much. Maybe the honorable member would also acknowledge that the Koeberg nuclear power station, which is on the doorstep in Cape Town, I'm answering your question, is the cheapest form of energy per megawatt hour that we have in our country. Koeberg nuclear power station is currently subsidizing all other forms of energy in our country, including coal. So, if the honorable member does not want nuclear energy, let us close down Koeberg nuclear station, and 80% of the Western Cape will be dark and very cold.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. Earlier on in the question session, the Honorable van Lingen stood up to contest the wording, or in her words, the changed question number 162. I took liberty of asking for and receiving the original question as posed by the Honorable van Lingen. The question which was originally posed by the Honorable van Lingen is A, which umbrella committees have been established, and the rest of the question is the same. In other words, there's only one word that was omitted in the question paper. Please, ma'am, I do have the question as submitted by the DA. It was submitted on the 14th of October. There is one word that was not included in the question paper, and that word is umbrella. I am bringing that up because when an allegation is made that the question is changed, it means that we are not honest and that we want to get something different. And I just want to say that that is not the case. For whatever reason, we will find out why the word umbrella was left out. But also, just to advise the honorable member, I am informed that the question paper was actually with honorable members, at least in the last 2 sitting days, which means that the Honorable Van Lingen had the time to notice that the word umbrella had been dropped out of her question. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson of COCTA, I do not think we want Honorable Van Lingen to apologize. I think we want her to know that we have not in any way wronged her. I wish to proceed and to thank you, Honorable Minister of Energy. The next question set. We proceed. We wish to go on to question number 170. It is the question posed by Honorable Khela to the Honorable Minister of Environmental Affairs, the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of NCOP. That's question 170 that I'm responding to. Just to start by indicating that this is indeed a very important program that is intended to firstly ensure that our biodiversity and ecosystems are protected. And secondly, it's intended to contribute to the socio-economic growth through such fauna and flora, and also create job opportunities in the process. The total expenditure for working on fire program, as asked, in 2012-2013, I have a breakdown per province, Honorable Chair, but the total for the provinces is 303 million rand 840,698. Add the national, it becomes 404 million 205,524 for 2012, 2013. In 2013-2014, it's expenditure totaling again, total of provinces, 317 million 495,559, and add provinces, national program of 88 million, it's 405,540,125. For the final year, which is 2014-2015, the total for provinces put together is 435,369,575. Add national of 72 or round up 73 million, the total is 508,222,000. The year 2013-2014 employed females, let me say that the total is 4,065, with 107 people employed of disabilities, people with disabilities. And in 2014, it's 4,041 and 31, with 122 people with disabilities. And in the last year, which is 2014-15, it's 5,564 with 151 people with disabilities. This people with disability does actually indicate to you, Honorable Chair, that we have actually reached 3%, 2%, almost on all of them, 2.6, 2.7, 3% of the required quota. Now, the Working on Fire has the capacity to provide many more jobs if we are to get additional money. Obviously, working very innovatively with private sector, that's the direction we are going. There's a major need for the fire management capacity from working on fire, for both using fire for ecosystem management, because we do use fire for ecosystem management, and also combating wildlife fires. The program has a 2% turnover, which indicates how valued the jobs are. I mean, if we have people about 2% leaving the program, that just indicates to you how valued this program is. And the total number of black businesses as asked that have benefited from the program is valued, is of a value of and benefit as illustrated as I will go through it right now. It's 191 in 2013. Remember the figures that I've said and relate that to the figures I mentioned earlier on. In 2014, it was 244, and 2015 up to now, 157. All going over, ranging between 122 million, take it or leave it, 133 roundup, and 135 million, and 138 million for the years that we are discussing. In the beginning of the Working on Fire program, a lot of smaller businesses were used, which have now been consolidated, and the value of the benefits has, however, increased over time. Coming to the future, which is the last part of the question, the plans of Working on Fire program are indeed also in line with the National Development Plan of creating job opportunities, and as I indicated, ecosystems as well. The first part of a plan that we have going forward is to ensure that there are training opportunities for all our people in that program, especially for those who are from disadvantaged communities, on an ongoing basis in a diversified life skills manner. And secondly, the sales and marketing team is also embarking on intensive sales campaign of this program productivity capacity, such as a brush cutter, chainsaw, and so forth. And this campaign will bring about more job opportunities as it is aimed at finding new partners. And on the individual basis, these skills enable the beneficiaries to, by the way, find jobs in the formal sector when they exit this program. And skilling the beneficiaries in the rare leadership skills, such as how to manage field fire and other management capacity program. We train them also on quality leadership skills. And the objective is to sign as many partners as possible so that all the trained beneficiaries can be absorbed in this program. The program is open to offer.
Honorable Minister, I suspect the problem is really not yours. Clearly, this question has a lot of statistical material and should have been converted into a written one.
I was thinking
Your
so
time
too.
is unfortunately expired, but I think that the full text shall be given to the Minister. Honorable Khaila, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm happy with the answer. Just a small one, Honorable Minister. Those people who exit the program, due to the opportunities given to them and the training they got from this program, especially the youth and the women, in your opinion, do you think are they able to open their own businesses and compete in the open market due to the experience gained in the program? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable National Chair. I do think that when we train people in capacities such as leadership, quality to manage a program that's so extensive as this one is in a way also preparing a person to lead in whatever area you may actually find yourself in. Although we are not quite at this present time training these operators, these are people on business management skills, we believe that if they were to be given that opportunity, they will be able to actually move on and really succeed. They are good quality people, and even as they leave being good quality people. There is a second part of the program that we are dealing with, which is the training of entrepreneurs or rather the procurement that we do through, I have already indicated that the program started with smaller suppliers. They've been consolidated, they've been trained. We now have those who are bigger operators and better operators. So it does training for both. Thank you very much, Honourable.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member wishing to make a supplementary? The Honourable Labuskaghni.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Minister, for that answer. I just want to know, is the funds that's been provided by your department enough for this year 2015-16 for all the provinces? And if not so, what does the Minister plan to, how do you ensure that this program will continue with the lack of funding that there is in some of the provinces? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chair, I have already indicated that I have a list as a question and response gets circulated. Honourable members will see that it actually covers all the provinces. I'm not aware of a shortage in particular provinces. I'm aware of a shortage. I have already also indicated that if we had to have more money, we would actually make do with better and increased job opportunities creation. But for where we are right now, remember that this is a program where we don't entirely rely on the skills capacity that's based in Province A. Just as an example, when the fires were raging the Table Mountain now recently last year, we really brought teams from Northwest, Limpopo, from all over. So it's not a kind of a program that's saying we are based in this province and that's amen. They move from one province to another. Now, as we speak, it's winter. They are based in Limpopo because the most, summer, the most fire-prone province now in summer is up there, the north. In winter, it's here in the Western Cape. So they work throughout. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member? Honourable Labuskaghni.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, can I ask you if you have any indication of the impact that the loss of the helicopters would have that happened in the previous year in the Western Cape on the effectiveness of this program?
Honourable Labuskaghni, the Minister says, can you please repeat yourself?
Sorry. Minister, I would like to know if you can give us any indication what the impact would be, what the impact is of the loss of the helicopters that had accidents in the previous year in the Western Cape on the Working on Fire programs. Thank you.
I didn't quite hear whether it's loss of helicopters or loss of lives.
The Minister, if I can, and I really didn't want to do this, the Honourable Labuskaghni is smuggling in a question which I am allowing because right at the tail, she then inserts the part of the original question which you responded to. But the question is whether your training can in any way be attributed to the loss of life when the helicopter fell, the helicopter accident.
No, we have highly trained helicopter firefighters, very highly trained, which we are all the time proud of. I see the honourable member is shaking head. I don't know what standards she's using, but we actually have highly trained people. We have lost helicopters, 2 of them. By the way, let me also say that it's since the beginning of this program in 2002. Those 2, and there were problems, technical problems with the helicopters, not with the people flying the helicopters. Remember that these are helicopters, people who are flying helicopters that are more often than not flying against them. Lots of smoke, lots of heavy fires. And yet they've made it throughout the times till this accident of last year. And we have really lost good people. May their souls rest in peace. But it's certainly not due to our training. We are acquiring new helicopters. May I also say, Honourable Chair, that our teams, by the way, were actually called up in Canada to go and extinguish fires in Canada. very difficult terrain. They came back in one piece, all of them. We're very proud as we're welcoming them into South Africa at the airport. Thank you.
Skagni?
Order,
You are on a
please.
point of order, ma'am.
Yeah. Chair, the question was not because I questioned the training of the pilots. And that is why I moved my head. The question was on the impact of the loss of 2 helicopters to replace that and the financial burden and the impact on the Working for Fire program. But thank you very much for the answer.
Honorable members, we proceed. Honorable Julius, we're on a point of order. I had 3 follow-ups, 1 by Mr. Khela, 2 by Ms. Labuskaghni, Honorable Labuskaghni, and I will give you the 4th.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd just like to find out from the Minister, because working on fire recently took on extinguishing shack fires also. Can the Minister please elaborate on the activities, especially in Gauteng, the Carltonville station? Are they ready? Because I know they are doing research on that thing called the foam bombs to extinguish fires in informal settlements, and that is also a huge thing. What's the progress of working on fire in Gauteng, especially in these informal settlements? Thank you, Chair.
Minister? I hear there are new questions always being smuggled up, but I would answer.
If it is a new question, Honorable Minister, you are an old hand. You know you don't have to answer. But if you want to give us information, you can go ahead.
For the sake of information, Honorable Chair, I will just go as far as I can. Where I can't go through is how far people are with the research. Right now, I'll have to investigate that part and come back. However, we have gotten into the area of assisting in the informal settlements, not only informal settlements, by the way, even informal settlements. Sometimes where there's no capacity, either by a municipality or by farmers, by the way, we do move in and assist in those areas. Here in the Western Cape, we have a very particular technology where we can be able to detect fire starting inside an informal settlement from very, very far away, and then send the bombers to go and deal with that fire before it catches many other informal houses wherever the fire has actually started. So I will be able to work with, bring the answer later on. But we operate mainly from here. That's where the working on fire work. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, we proceed to question 194. This is a question which was posed by the Honorable Khai. The Honorable Pakis has then been detailed to take responsibility of that question. Honorable Minister, question 194.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Department of Environmental Affairs has developed the Biodiversity Economy Strategy, which is going to run over the next 14 years. Why 14 years? It's because we have chosen to align it with the end period of our lifespan of National Development Plan. So 14 years from now would be 2030. That's why we're looking at that. And this will serve as a strategic tool to achieve the sustainable advancement of the wildlife industry as well as the bioprospecting. Wildlife industry and bioprospecting. These are areas where we haven't had a previously disadvantaged majority of our country actually operating. But in the bioprospecting is actually all South Africans. But we are growing it in a very sustainable manner. And the following targets have been proposed for the wildlife industry, which is the first area which we are working on. The conservation area expansion of 2 million hectares of communal land that's been restored and developed for conservation and commercial game ranching. So we'll focus on those 2 million hectares over this period. And jobs, sustainable jobs created along the value chain When I say along the value chain, it means it's not just in wildlife, but it also in biltong, trophies, and so forth and so forth. Along the entire value chain, about 60,000 new beneficiaries, and the 7 billion equity, which is about 4 million in game, and 3 million in fixed assets and infrastructure, resulting in improved rural income, skills development, and entrepreneurship, as well as institutional capacity development, but also production of food and environmental security. We also look at the empowerment as a target of ownership. We're here looking at a very ambitious program of ensuring that we have about 300,000 heads of wildlife to be owned by previously disadvantaged people in the new ranges. And for the prospecting targets, we're looking at sector expansion to grow cultivation of bioprospecting ingredients by at least 500 hectares per annum. These are the areas where our people have had indigenous knowledge system that belongs to them, but were actually never able to produce anything from them. Medicinal plants, alu, and so forth, skin products, and so forth. We're targeting jobs to between 30 and 50% of this RSA bioprospecting products that must have community involvement in the entire supply chain. And then we're also looking at equity up to 500 million or to 250 million products development and sales from SMMEs, and 250 million on fixed assets and infrastructure, resulting also in income, skills development, institutional capacity, and entrepreneurship. But we're also looking at the sustainable use to establish a national repository of natural product compounds and has also established a biodiversity market bank, if you like. Second part of the response, Madam Chair, the biodiversity economy has been published for comments in the Government Gazette. It's named, and the number is 39268 on the 9th of October 2015. The public is invited to make submissions within the 30 working days, and their comments on the biodiversity economy strategy will be filtered into, and really we're looking forward to receive such. And we will then, furthermore, be in the process of conducting a national roadshow and stakeholder and community engagements. We are doing that right now. Today we are in the Northwest, Honorable Chair, to assess the livelihood and outcomes in relation to initiating community-based wildlife economy projects. And to date, approximately 107 community projects have been identified and budgeted for by the department as we formulate the strategy, meaning that we're saying we're not stopping and waiting for the strategy to be finalized, but we continue. Siya Quba. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Pakis, I'm not sure, but I think that the Minister has responded to question 195. So can we take the follow-up questions on 195? It is also a question which was raised by Ndate Khai, which Honorable Pakis is still responsible for.
Slalo, we welcomed the detailed response. I have no follow-up question.
Thank you. Honorable members, is there any other member who has a follow-up question? None? Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, can we now go back to the question 194? Because the one that you responded to is the 195 deals with the biodiversity stewardship study. Am I correct? That is the one you responded to?
No, Honorable Chair, they are different. The one is about stewardship, and the one I dealt with is biodiversity economy strategy.
Okay. If that is the case, Ndim Umchinu Ndimel, we proceed then, honorable members, to the question posed by the Honorable Julius. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On question 194, I do have a follow-up. Honourable Minister, in light of development of the wildlife economy, would your department consider attending to the red tape and constraints in the game trade industry, especially when farmers of game want to sell their game to farmers in other provinces, because that is putting a large constraint on expanding the specific industry.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Yes, indeed, that's one of the things to actually be considered. But remember, there is also work to be done in relation to assessing the origin and locality of certain species of animals. Because there are areas where you can't, for instance, breed a particular kind of a wildebeest because it's born, bred, or originally supposed to be at a particular place. So there are those considerations as well that will have to be taken into cognizance. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any other on question number 194, Ntate Kgela?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, although there is an improvement in the development of wildlife economy, one is concerned that it is concentrated in certain areas, in the areas that were previously advantaged. For instance, if you go to areas like the Cwebe Reserve, Nduli Reserve, which are in the former TBV states, there's no wildlife development in those areas. Now, one would like to ask from the government, at what stage will they concentrate on those areas? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I took liberty to indicate the Gazette number of the strategy. We can also circulate copies to this August House to honourable members. It does actually propose a movement away from the previously solid operating wildlife economy basis. It focuses mainly as an integrated mechanism and method that we are going to embark on in 18 areas, 18 new specific areas. And these are the areas that are nodal developments previously not actually focused on. So it's very clear as to what and where it will be focusing, what will be done in those areas in an integrated manner. It is for that reason that we are not the sole implementers and the sole developers of this strategy, because we're going to have to work with economic development, with provinces, with private sector, with everybody else. So that coordination and integration will then take us forward. We welcome any other view if there's area that, as you read the strategy, post-reading it, by the way, let's hear if there could be any other suggestion about a place that we may not have looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any last hand? None. We move on to Honourable Julius's question. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I just want to indicate that much as we are the Department of Environmental Affairs, we are not quite working on the matter of acid mine drainage. These issues would be best responded to by the Department of Water and Sanitation. We are just backing them. So I'm just not comfortable to say anything right now in case there's a follow-up question. Yes, I am affair with the program, but I think it will be good if the relevant department answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You want to rise?
Yes, Chairperson,
Yes,
thank you. I would take that, but respectfully, Minister, I would also think that it's a huge problem. Just like we previously had the drought in KwaZulu-Natal, It's a huge problem, and departments should be able to work together on such programs because you are affected. And this is why these, in the Western Basin, money wasn't spent there, right? About 50 million was spent there, and we had it the first time in the Western Basin. It's the worst. It was discovered way back. But now, money is being spent in the Eastern Basin, over 1.2 billion, 500 million in the Central Basin. I'm just substantiating, Chairperson, in my 2 minutes. and
Don't know
50
why
million
you want
in
to
the Western
substantiate,
Basin.
Honorable
Now,
Julius.
my question is, seeing this problem is so huge, the involvement of this department, what plans do you have put in place to prevent the devastating effect with other departments on the aquatic life, fauna and flora of the Western Basin in Gauteng? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Julius, I did allow you to exercise your 2 minutes, but actually the minister declined to respond because the issue of acid mine drainage is a responsibility which now resides with the Minister of Water and Sanitation. So she said she would not respond. I think what we can do is redirect your question to the Minister of Water and Sanitation, and then you can do the motivation and whatever for your follow-up question there. We pass then, honorable members, to question number 186. It is a question posed by the Honorable B.G. Ntebe to the Minister of Environmental Affairs. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Again, a very important question indeed. Firstly, we need to point out that South Africa does not only use the National Green Fund to respond to climate change, but other programs as well. Just to indicate, the Minister of Energy was here speaking about the alternative energy program that's enormous, implemented by the Department of Energy. So it's part of, just as an example, part of those. All these Ria Vayas, Hamba, the transport industry issues are all about responding to climate change, ensuring that we don't have high emissions. So it's not only the Green Climate Fund I wanted to emphasize that we are using. However, coming to the Green Climate Fund, South Africa's Green Climate Fund has received fiscal support of approximately 1.2 billion rand up to the year 2017-2018 financial year, since 2012, by the way. The projects that are approved by the board of a fund responds to both mitigation and adaptation, as outlined in the National Climate Change Response Policy. And the total amount of approvals as at 31st March 2015 are up to 1.126 billion, 1.1 billion, let me put it that way. And the amount is inclusive of budget allocation to all components of the Green Climate Fund. That is in the area and space of investment projects, in research and development, and in capacity development initiatives. Out of a total of 55 projects, approved projects, 40 projects are inclusive of investment projects and capacity building, and that addresses the adaptation, whilst 15 projects respond to climate change mitigation. I have a table here, Honorable Chair, which will be seen as we circulate the response. But this does actually indicate how the spread of projects in provinces. I must say that there are 2 provinces, for instance, Limpopo and Northern Cape, that have not quite been benefiting as we would have loved. But the total is there also to indicate how many. The second part of the program, which is really, the question is on one environmental system. It is actually implemented by the 3 departments, water and sanitation, minerals, as well as DIA. And one also needs to bear in mind that the one environmental system has only been implemented from the 8th of December 2014, as agreed to, and we have changed the laws to actually set up this one system. May I also indicate that the objective of this one environmental system is to ensure that applicants who are developers actually have a one-stop shop. They don't go to apply for water license, wait until a license is given after maybe 2 years or so, and then go for environmental impact assessment, and then go for, after maybe having acquired the necessary license for prospecting. So they apply for all three at the same time, so that this fast processing, it actually is an enabler to development. Now, most of the licensing is still done in terms of mineral and petroleum resources for mining projects in particular. And because this Mining and Mineral Act has been referred back to Parliament by President last year for dealing with certain issues that are not quite related to this one environmental system. We have, however, continued to draft regulations because nothing was barring the continuation of this particular part of the Act. We are now done with the Act. The regulations we are implementing, and already DMR had to start. The projects that were received before the 8th of December were processed still in terms of DMR Act, MPRDA, but now they have begun receiving some that they are putting through a NEMA, National Environment Management Act. With regards to coordination, we have set up coordination mechanisms. Joint task team has been set up that are related to the IPIC, and provinces are also part of that. We report quarterly to MINMEC. We have a technical team and the ministerial team that is really overseeing all these projects. Last part of the question, we haven't received any formal requests for intervention since the beginning of these projects. That is related to 24C, 2C, and 31D4 of the National Environment Management Act, as has been requested. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, thank you very much, and thanks to the Minister. I was at the brink of my question being converted to a written reply, Minister, so that your answer was quite intense. Just one thing, is the one-stop shop that you mentioned in your reply seeking to stimulate applicants in the named provinces like your Northern Cape and your Limpopo, so that they can become to be competitive with the other provinces insofar as applications are concerned, so that they can also be able to tap into the possibilities that your department creates? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, a lot of mining is happening in Northern Cape. I'd like to believe that there are people who may have also been discouraged at some stage or just relented and sat back and not doing anything to actually acquire those necessary licenses, or even just repeating the processes again and again. So the one-stop shop is indeed, amongst many other things, intended to do exactly what Honorable Member is saying, to lift the participatory aspects of those people in the poorer provinces in particular. Thank you.
Is there any other member? The Honorable De Khali, the Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Minister just indicated that Limpopo did not benefit as they would have loved to. So what I know is that this normally boosts the business innovation and brings scale to the emerging green economy. So when will Limpopo benefit, Minister? Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As I said, that we are having discussions at MINMEC level and getting reports on a continuous basis. These are some of the issues that we actually discuss, where we saw some provinces like Northern Cape, Limpopo, that were actually lagging behind, not only on this one, even on the Green Climate Fund that I was referring to earlier on. There are some elements or issues that are not really quite making our people in those, particularly those two provinces, not participate. In our discussion, we did undertake that we are going to have development. In fact, not we are going to have. When we left MINMEC, the last MINMEC, the decision was that our technical team must go back and ensure that a mechanism is found to actually stimulate the participation in a deliberate manner by also capacitating people in those provinces, working with the MEC, working with municipalities, working with the Dikhosi and everybody in those particular province so that they know about what is expected and what could be coming, and then do the applications as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Labuskaghni.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, have you or the joint committee that your department is part of experienced through the one environmental system that applicants for the prospective licenses are often not the same persons receiving the mining license? And if so, what does your department plan to do about that? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I didn't quite, I hope I'm going to answer the right question, not the one next door.
If that is the case, Minister, let's hold your horses. Honorable Labuskaghni, please, can you repeat your question?
Honorable Minister, through the implementing the one environment system, did you experience in your department that the persons sometimes that applies for the prospecting license are not the same persons receiving the mining license in the end? And if so, what does the department do about that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. No, there might be a corridor talk, which we'd love to hear more about. I have said earlier on in my response that we have actually just started implementing this program from December, the 8th of December last year. That's when the law became effective. Since that time, DMR, DIA, and Water and Sanitation have been processing licenses in terms of the old acts, meaning that the applications that were received before the 8th of December last year. The applications that we received this year, on all of them, I'm not aware of any application that was received and somebody else, you apply for license and somebody else receive the license for water or something like that. I'm not aware of that. What we know is that the application is the same. Our teams are working together. We've actually also moved to capacitate. Remember in DMR, they were using the, what they used to call the EMPR system. Now that they are using NEMA regulations, we are facilitating capacity building for those officials who are dealing with it. So our teams are working together in that regard. I'm not aware of any such. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Any other follow-up? None? Oh. Honorable Mpambo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, to the Minister, I would like to know how will the department ensure funding to mitigate climate change in South Africa, given the fact that we are losing donors, which primarily emanate from international donors? Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Chair, the question we are dealing with is about one environmental system and also the COP21. Unless if honorable member is saying in COP21, the question that she's asking about is about the Green Climate Fund. Even that money comes from the fiscus of South Africa. It's not a national, a World United Nations Climate Fund, Green Climate Fund. This is our nationally based, our own. The World Green Fund is only going to become operable next year, come into operation next year. That's the way we are talking about the need for funding, and as we go about asking the developed countries to come to the party to contribute into that fund. That's what we're talking about. But this is definitely not around the issue.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the next question is the question which was posed by the Honorable Mtileni of the EFF. I have received absolutely no instructions because the member responsible is not the House and no other arrangement has been made. The question falls off. We therefore wish to proceed to question 195, the one which I thought had been responded to earlier on, and invite the Minister to respond to question 195. It is the question which was posed by the Honorable Khai, Honorable Pakis, your baby. Honorable Minister, 195.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, indeed, for this great question. This is about the stewardship. It does actually indicate how honorable members are reading and really studying the programs around us. The stewardship is a program that's about community development and empowering our people. Yes, indeed, the department will implement the recommendations as contained in the business case for biodiversity stewardship that was approved by MINMEC on the 29th of May, 2015. Final approval happened on that day. And the 6 recommendations that are contained in the business case are set out, as I'm going to read them one by one. The first one is that the provincial biodiversity stewardship program should be sufficiently and sustainably resourced according to their specific needs, building over the next 3 years, the 3 to 5 years, to a total investment from the fiscus of approximately 80 million rand per annum. That's what we're targeting to do as set out in the strategy and in the business case. Regarding the implementation process, because as we actually identify a matter to be embarked upon, we also look at the implementation action. The Department of Environmental Affairs is currently in the process of costing the reviewed National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which you spoke about earlier on. And one of the activities identified in that strategy is aimed at strengthening the institutional capacity of biodiversity stewardship programs, because we need to strengthen that capacity for our people to be able to advance whatever they need to benefit from, and also enhance their contribution to protected area and conservation area expansion. Now, through the costing exercise, we will also be able to identify and report financing needs, gaps, and priorities over and above the 80 million rand that we refer to, and also develop a national financial plan for biodiversity and request adequate funding, therefore, if need be. And the Provincial Conservation Department will be responsible to calculate the budget that's required to meet provincial biodiversity stewardship targets, and also engage their relevant treasuries wherever they are in different provinces. The second area of work will be in partnerships. We're looking at partnerships between biodiversity stewardship programs and non-governmental organizations, because these organizations are also very important for us in terms of capacity building, and that should continue to be strengthened. We as a department will look at strengthening partnerships with relevant NGOs and partners involved in the learning exchanges organized for implementers and communities that are aimed to build capacity. And in collaboration with the BirdLife South Africa and African Birds, we also initiating a pilot study in the Limpopo to declare the pilot biodiversity stewardship site in that province as a pilot, but of course we'll move to other provinces. The third area is the land reform biodiversity stewardship sites that should receive additional support given the complexity of creating and supporting these agreements, which contribute directly to target outcome number 7 of our government outcome. So in this regard, Honorable Chair, we are in collaboration with the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, as well as SANBI, in reviewing the Memorandum of Understanding that was entered into between the parties, in order to only to address the land reform issues, but also the sites of conservation significance, which includes the biodiversity stewardship sites. And a report has been commissioned by DLDR, DIA and SANBI, which is entitled Unlocking Sustainable Economic Development Potential on Land Reform Projects that are located in areas of biodiversity importance. The last, fourth one is a suitable incentive to support the uptake, because we do need these incentives that are effective, related to effective management of the sites that will be identified in a long-term commitment manner. We are engaging as action the relevant departments relating to the tax incentive, and we are also assessing the outcomes of a business case, or the case study rather, that has been developed by BirdLife South Africa in order to move forward in this regard. The fifth area, which is the last but one, is biodiversity stewardship programs that should have suitable national support from DIA and SANBI, especially in relation to policy and technical matters, because our people need to know what policy is actually applicable in these areas. We are developing the guidelines for biodiversity stewardship and support of technical working group that is dealing with technical matters for people to know exactly what policy directive is there. Last one is related to community of practice for biodiversity stewardship that should be strengthened and expanded. We are continuing to support both actively and financially every learning exchange, which is organized on an annual basis and aimed to capacitate implementers to better address problems related to implementation and communities to manage their properties. In other words, every community that doesn't have capacity, whether they need to go on a learning curve, a learning process, learning exchange, and so forth, these are the studies that we're funding in order for us to have effective stewardship in the final analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Pakis.
Sihlalo sayibulela impendulo kaMinister.
Siyabulela, Minister. Is the Honorable Makwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. As members of the Select Committee, we had the opportunity the other day, Minister, to visit Isimangaliso Wetlands Park, which is a World Heritage Site in the east coast of KZN. My question then would be, Minister, for parks like this that are doing sterling work in looking at our ecosystems, can we anticipate that there would be incentives from government for such commendable interventions done by ordinary people?
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We are very, very delighted indeed that our management, when I say our management, remember that that's actually a World Heritage site, Isimangaliso. It's managed by South Africans who are under the Department of Environmental Affairs, but as Isimangaliso, an entity, a government entity. So they are working with private sector, they are working with communities, they are bringing almost everybody in the surrounding on board, and they are doing a wonderful job. So with regards to issues around incentives, I must say that I think when honorable members were there, it may be at the time or the following week, our deputy minister was in that area, having gone to give some of the equipments, handing them over, the boats that actually takes people on the ride, on the water, and so forth, various and several other equipments that we are already giving. We're not giving in a form of money, but contributing to whatever they need to use in whatever form so that they can be able to be empowered and move on. Wherever is private sector, there's concessionaires, that is an allowable kind of approach that actually stimulate growth and bring private sector on board. So there are several other mechanisms that we are using at this point in time to incentivize those who are coming in that area to develop that area. It is now looking much, much better. Fauna and flora is coming back. The bird life is back on. We are reintroducing animals like rhino and other stuff, antelopes that are there, as opposed to that Isimangaliso that used to have dry space. Now it really looks like a wetland area, a site of international importance of World Heritage Site. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any other? I think the environment is well covered, Minister. We proceed, Honorable Minister, to thank you for having come and responded to the questions. We proceed to the questions as set out to the Minister of Mineral Resources. And the first question is question 178, the question by the Honorable Ntebe. The Minister, Zwane.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Let me start by appreciating the question, and the replies is as follows. As at the 31st March 2015, a total of 240 mining right holders did not comply with their social and labor plans. The department is currently engaging relevant mining right holders, and orders are being issued in terms of Section 93 of the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act to remedy non-compliance.
The Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your response. It's quite a high number of non-compliance. What it's also explicit in what is happening is that such mining companies are not aligning their social labor plans to the IDP of the relevant municipality under their jurisdictions. In your consequence management, would you go beyond just looking at the engagements that you are referring to, just to check as to how do you remedy the situation for future references? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. The Minister.
Well, let me acknowledge that indeed, according to us, the number is high. We have started engaging stakeholders to actually ensure that we comply on a number of issues that we are not complying, and this one also will form part of the issues we want to get right from the start.
I have it. The Honorable Happy, Honorable Kaula, Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Allow me, Chair, to start by congratulating our new from the box Minister, Minister Zwane. Minister, the issues of social labor plans requires a collaborative approach, given the challenges in terms of enforcement, especially around issues of compliance. What one has observed, Minister, is that in most instances, issues of capacity, especially from the side of the municipalities, the mining communities, remains a challenge. I just want to check, any plans from the side of the ministry to ensure that issues of capacity, especially on issues of social labor plans vis-a-vis what Honorable Ntebe earlier on highlighted, of incorporating them into our IDPs? Any plans to educate our communities and the municipality in terms of their legislative right, especially around issues of social labor plans?
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Minister.
We started last week, we were in Limpopo. We met with the mining company there. We also met with the municipality. And we are also already from Doornkop. Our aim is to meet mining companies as well as workers and ensure that we align what we are doing. We take into cognizance their plight and address them with the mining companies, not leaving behind, of course, the aspirations of labor as we address these issues.
The Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, just want to find out what are the core issues, the specific areas of non-compliance, and if there will be areas of commonalities in all those core areas where there is non-compliance, because this is a high number of companies that are really not complying. What are the core issues, and are they common? Do they cut across all the companies that are not complying? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, let me say we have already issued about 300 orders to comply. And when we look upon them, indeed they cut across in most of the companies. And as I've indicated earlier on, we're not only looking at this, we are looking at various other issues that we need to address as the department.
The Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister. For those mining companies which have not complied with their social and labor plans, what steps are being taken by the Minister to ensure future compliance? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Let me try and address this matter maybe differently. I've indicated earlier on that we've already begun with our roadshow, and I've just indicated that we have issued about 300 orders for these companies to comply. But our general view as the department, in fact, our approach is that we meet with them, make them aware that they are not complying, request for responses in terms of why are they not complying, so that we are not seen as only being reactive. We address the sector challenges holistically.
Honorable members, I have not been instructed on question 201. The Honorable Mkhosi of the EFF is not in the House. This question falls away. We therefore proceed to the question as posed by the Honorable Abskachny. It is question number 167 to the Minister Mineral Resources, Honorable Zwane.
Thanks once more, Chair. Yes, indeed, we are working closely with DTI. A number of complementary and collaborative steps have been taken by both the Department of Mineral Resources and the Department of Trade and Industry to drive implementation of beneficiation. These include engagements to develop the resource capital goods development strategy, the feasibility study of producing iron and titanium from bushveld magnetites. Furthermore, the DTI and the DMR constitute the core departments in the preparation and leading discussions with key stakeholders during the mining Pakisa that is currently underway.
The Honorable Abskachny.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. Minister, you are certainly aware that the number of diamond cutters and polishers in South Africa decreased from about 4,500 in 2007 to about 200 currently. In the light of driving the implementation plan of the beneficiation strategy, why does the South African Diamond and Precious Metal Regulator not have a single representative of the beneficiation part of the industry on its board?
The Honorable the Minister.
Can that question be repeated, please?
Mayor Abskachny, please repeat yourself. You might be screw.
Minister, I gave a background on the declining of the diamond cutters and polishers in South Africa. And then I ask, in the light of the implementation plan of the beneficiation strategy, why does the SA Diamond and Precious Metal Regulator, SADPR, not have a single representative of the beneficiation part of that industry on its board?
Minister.
Well, the honorable member's question earlier on was that are we helping DTI on this issue of driving beneficiation, in short? If I did get it well, and I responded by saying yes, and we also form core departments in driving Pakistan. Let me answer the question from the honorable member. The board she's referring to, we have a board ourselves, which is actually coming to an end. DTI has also a board that I guess the member is talking about. We will go back and look into the issue of the representation of those boards moving forward as to who is critical and who's not critical. The board the member is talking about belongs to DMR, as far as my knowledge is, but we look into the issue of our representation as we also take keen interest in the beneficiation of the minerals that are directly we are responsible for.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member who has a follow-up question? None. We proceed, honorable members, to question 182. It is the question posed by the Honorable C.J. De Beer to the Minister of Mineral Resources. Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The broad-based socio-economic empowerment charter of the mining industry, simply known as the Mining Charter, came into effect in 2004 in terms of Section 100 of the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act. As an instrument to give effect to transformation of the industry, the department undertook a comprehensive assessment of the progress made in the implementation of the Mining Charter for the period spanning its first 10 years of implementation, which ended in 2014. The results, which were published in May 2015, indicate that whilst the Charter has facilitated the participation of Black people in the mining industry, more still needs to be done, especially in respect of ownership element as it relates to broad-based empowerment. That will also include the trickling dividends and sustainable transactions. I have also to point out that the results of the ownership element of the Mining Charter are currently a subject of a legal process, as instituted by the Chamber of Mines of South Africa, as well as an independent legal firm. With regard to the Chamber of Mines case, a process has been put in place to resolve the matter outside the court processes. With regard to the employment equity, the Mining Charter has also played an important role in intervening since its implementation. There is a substantial number of Black people who have entered the mining industry at various levels. Areas of concern relate to the demographic representation of Black people and women at strategic level of decision making.
The Honorable De Beer.
Well, Chairperson, the Minister replied even to my follow-up question, so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Kaula, Honorable Mhapi, Honorable Mpambo, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I just want to make a follow-up that is a little bit unfair to the Honorable Minister because he was not there before. But I'm sure he has got enough muscle to take me on. Honorable Minister, you have said that it's not enough, the black people that have been incorporated into the sector, and you still have got plans to go on and put more. Will you ensure that going forward, it's not just members of the ruling party who benefit from this? Because what has happened before is that those who have benefited through being made owners of the mining companies in terms of the previously disadvantaged. Unfortunately for you, they have come from one angle of political ideology or belief or membership or what. Now, those who don't belong, but who are also South Africans, who are black, who were previously disadvantaged, will you ensure that they also get this benefit? Thank you.
Honorable Kola, you are right. You really do ask unfortunate questions. In the first place, Minister, a minister inherits. So there is a Minister of Mineral Resources. We don't have a new Minister of Mineral Resources because there is continuity. So the minister should be in a position to respond to the questions. Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me thank and appreciate the question. As we see the communities and in our endeavor to talk to them, we use a simple criteria. If we go to an area, we call those communities and deal with their issues. In our endeavor to transform the sector and ensure that our dissatisfaction are being addressed, I'm sure we are matured enough to take the plight of all the people of South Africa forward. What I may request from the honorable member is to assist us in that plight, where as we continue doing our service delivery, we should not still judge ourselves in terms of parties we represent. The honorable member should allow me, as I do my work, to empower all the members of our society across the board. And if we take a decision, it must not be because this decision comes from this minister, therefore does not favor that and that. We will give our best shot.
Imran.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, thanks for the response. I just want to check, Honorable Minister. Mining Charter remains an instrument that wishes to advance an attainment of goals, especially for the National Development Plan. As a word of acknowledgement, especially to those mining companies that have embraced the mining charter, what can be a positive word that you can say to such companies, unlike where we always remain negative on such issues? Thank you.
The Minister.
When we were visiting Doornkop, Harmony Mines was surprised that we did praise the progress we saw after the incident of 2014 February, where there was an incident of fire. After going down ourselves, we were satisfied that they are doing a good job, and we indeed indicated that we will support them moving forward. We're not taking a negative approach to all our mines, our stakeholders. That is why earlier on I said, where we need remedial action, we'll call people and say, can you correct 1, 2, 3? And if we agree we'll move forward with that positive spirit. It's only when people are not complying where we will resort back and regulate and use the resources that is with us to correct.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Mpambo.
Thank you, Chairperson. To the Honorable Minister Zwane. Minister, I would like to know for this question, through your annual reports, Minister, from your department, it's been evident that on your annual performance plan has an indicator to increase women. There has been hurdles in this sphere. What are challenges that hinders you, as in your department, this goal from being achieved?
Honorable Minister.
Well, let me acknowledge that as a fact. Not only women, we are not also not happy about the youth participation when it comes to this. We are taking stock in terms of the exact number of young people, women, previously disadvantaged, and in due course we'll come up with a plan in ensuring that we address, as I've indicated earlier on, these areas that we are still lacking.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, that means we proceed to question 174. It is the question posed by the Honorable Kaula to the Minister, Mineral Resources. Minister.
Thanks once more, Chair. The department has investigated the alleged incidents, and the following two operations were found active along the Umzumbe River. Mr. Rudolph Odindal, whose permit was subject to a renewal application, the application for renewal was refused for non-compliance with the conditions of the permit, and he was directed to stop mining and to rehabilitate the site. The directive was issued on the 9th July 2015, and I must indicate that we have gone back after receiving this question just to check whether what is the progress. I must indicate that indeed Mr. Rudolph Odindal has vacated the site, but he still needs to rehabilitate the site, and that will be followed up. The second one, Mr. Dave Wilkinson, was also mining under a valid mining permit. He was issued with a directive to stop and to put measures to suppress dust on the site and the road. He made representatives that were found satisfactorily to the regional manager, and he was allowed to commence with the mining operations.
The Honorable Kaula.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You are quite right. The first site you have referred to has not been rehabilitated, but I'm glad that the department has detected that. The second one has now also started, besides sand mining, has started stone blasting. When that started, there was no consultation with the communities. When the Deputy Minister was here last year on these very same issues, he made a commitment that he was going to make time and visit the area so that he also gets to listen to communities. Honorable Minister, I'm pleading with you, please make time in the next few weeks. Please do come and listen to the people, to what the people are saying. It still continues to be a problem. It's a big problem. There are no consultations, even when these permits are issued by your department. They don't come to listen to the people. We just see people mining Amakhosi have not been consulted, communities have not been consulted. We are pleading now for the minister to come personally so that he listens to the communities. KwaMadlala, KwaHlongo communities. In fact, it's not something that is in political, minister, because the area I'm talking about, even the ward councillor who stopped me when this sandblasting started, is an NC councillor. There have been times when the people in Fairview have stopped the trucks toiling on the road because of the dangers and the hazards on the road when these trucks are transporting this sand. But the problem is, government is not coming to listen to the people, to the communities.
You
that
are
when
on a point of
permits are
order, sir.
issued,
Honorable Kaula.
there have been consultations. with the
Honorable
people. Thank you.
Kaula. That there is a point of order.
Chairperson, I am rising on a point of order, yes. I think Honorable Kaula is making statements that preamble his questions and statements that have got a big political impact on us. And I don't think it's correct when he makes a follow-up question for him to make a political statement that requires a response from a party he continues to bash, really. I'm not sure if that is in order.
Honorable Kaula, are you on a point of order on yourself? If you are not, please.
I'm on the stand, I've finished, but I cannot be called to order by my colleague. I can only be called to order by the chairperson.
Honorable Kaula, you had finished. Honorable members, it is true that the preambles from the Honorable Kaula today are very politically couched. The fact of the matter is that the Honorable member has 2 minutes at his disposal. And if you're a politician, you are going to do something about it. Sometimes in a very nice way, sometimes in a way that is not so pleasant to the others. I therefore wish to suggest to honorable members that as politicians, we know how and where to tackle. In terms of the rules, there is nothing I can do to cut off the Honorable Kaula. Honorable Minister, on that very well preambled plea of the Honorable Kaula.
One thing we may not run away from is our willingness to meet with our communities, the labor section and the mining companies. However, I want to make a plea from the honorable member that we should tackle issues as they arise. I'm also a member of ANC as a minister. As I go there, because there's this request and invitation which I really welcome and I'll do that. I should not be seen as a member of ANC in whatever I shall be doing there. I should be seen as a minister dealing with the issues as they arise, and if those issues are genuine, we will address them. If we need to advise our communities, we will also do so, and the honorable member should assist us in that endeavor without dividing the communities in terms of parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any follow-up? Honorable Julius? Nawabab. I've got only 2 hands.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, there are over 200 illegal sand mines in South Africa, and most of them in KwaZulu-Natal and in the Eastern Cape. The question is, are we doing something about it? But in context, Chairperson, how many illegal sand miners have been arrested, and what is the success rate of prosecutions? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The issue of illegal mining is a serious challenge, not only sand, but also in terms of those closed mines. We have taken a three-pronged approach. The first one is that where we can live.
Honorable Minister, is that a point of order, ma'am?
Yeah, Chairperson, I'm rising on a
On the point of order on the minister or the previous speaker?
To the follow-up from Honorable Julius, the question, the original question is specific to Umzombe. It's not a general question about sand mining. Therefore, you cannot ask a general question. If it is a question about how many arrested, it should be in line with Umzombe because the question is specific.
Thank you, ma'am. I allowed the question because he said illegal sand mining. I think we must leave it to the minister to deal with this question. It is within the minister's right to say, no, I'm ruling. I am ruling. The minister is competent, honorable members, to deal with this matter. It is within his right to say, I'm going to respond to all the illegal minings, or I'm going to respond to sand mining, or I am not going to respond to this because I have dealt with sand mining along Umzumbe. Minister. Honorable Julius, that. Honorable Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the question from the honorable member, and I'm going to respond to the question for information purposes. We have taken a three-pronged approach on these issues of illegal mining. The first approach is that we legalize where it is possible to legalize so that our people can create jobs and work. We work with police where we believe that it is of hazardous and risky nature for our people to be mining illegally and ensure that that is dealt with. And we close where we can close. That is the approach we have taken. Indeed, we have a lot of illegal mining when it comes to sand and this other mining, and we are dealing with them in that three-pronged approach.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Chimunya.
JD, an accident of politics nearly happened here. My question is very close to what Honorable Julius would have said, but my reference was I therefore would not want to make another follow-up question.
Honorable Minister, it seems you were saved by a bell. I do not have any other honorable members. Is the Honorable Khaila?
Thank you, Chairperson. What I have observed in the House is very beautiful. Before I saw Honorable Julius and Honorable Dlamini blowing kisses to each other, the DA and the ANC. That is very good for the House. However, Honorable Minister, some of the illegal mining happens in rural areas. What is the relationship between the department and the chiefs? Because some of the people are given their rights to mine by the local traditional leaders.
Honorable Minister.
We have said earlier on, Chair, that we meet with all the stakeholders. In provinces where chiefs are present, we also take liberty to visit them and inform them that we are around, and if they have any input, we take that input, including their interests on behalf of their communities.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, we proceed to question 185. It is posed by the Honorable Sefako to the Minister of Mineral Resources. Minister.
Question 195.
85, 185.
Thank you once more, Chair. Derelict and ownerless mines may contribute to the creation of acid mine drainage, especially in gold and coal, where the maintenance of underground water pumping has ceased accordingly. The multi-departmental team responsible for addressing acid mine drainage has to place more focus on areas that have derelict and ownerless mines. By undertaking research, putting in place systems, and implementing mechanisms to mitigate the risks posed by the prevalence of acid mine drainage. Yes, the department established a database of all derelict and ownerless mines in South Africa. And that database has approximately 6,000 sites.
The Honorable Sefako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Marona Tandi Morise. Honorable Minister, you are spot on responding to the questions. A follow-up. Which province is most affected by these derelict mines? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. I guess the preamble says I must also be spot on in answering this one. I've checked, and the response I got was that this is a problem across the length and breadth of South Africa. But if we were to take the top 3 provinces, it will be Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and Limpopo.
Honorable members, is there any other hand? The Honorable Zwane, the Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to establish, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Zwane, you are very soft.
Oh, mine is a clarity-seeking question. Clarity-seeking question. What is the attitude of the department with regards to these ownerless mines? Does the department have a program where they perhaps try to assist to resuscitate these mines, or if they close and the owners go away, it's not the business of the department? I'm saying this because I think if they were to be assisted to function, then they would actually assist with the process of job creation. Thank you.
Minister.
No, thanks, Chair. Once more, let me appreciate the question. The derelict and ownerless mines are like an orphan child, which has to come back to the state, and the department then takes responsibility. As we do that, we have to do a research in terms of why, in the first place, were they abandoned. Because business sense will tell you that the owners will never abandon them whilst they are still profitable. It's only at the level where they can see that infrastructure-wise, they can't break even in terms of business making. We do not take that as the only reason. Sometimes mining at a lower scale for our people becomes beneficial. So we treat a case by case, and if we are happy that, satisfied that the mine will never be utilized, we begin the process of rehabilitation and ensure that that mine is properly closed. If the mine it still has some value in it at a lower scale, we also take a process to ensure that we give it to small-scale miners.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm tempted to leave mine on acid mine drainage. I finally found out where it belongs. Because water won't answer me either, water and sanitation. But I'll pose the question to the Minister. I finally found out where it belongs. Thank you, Chair. But I will align my question to the follow-up question of Honorable Sifako, so that I can just be in line with the question and give the Minister the opportunity to respond and not be out of line, Chairperson. He asked the provinces most affected. Mine would be in what region out of all the 9 provinces is it most relevant, these derelict and ownerless mines? Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable the Minister. The question is in line.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Well, I am more than willing to submit that information to the honorable member. I do not have such an information at my perusal currently.
The Honorable Kaula, do you still wish? If you don't, the Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, the Minister spoke about rehabilitation in the process of making sure that such mines can be profitable in. But according to our legislative framework at your disposal under your department, Minister, rehabilitation is the responsibility of the miners at that time. In part of your consequence management, are you looking into closing that loop? Thank you, sir.
The Honorable the Minister.
Well, we're taking a simple understanding, Chair, that derelict and ownerless mines, it means the owners have vanished. Under normal circumstances, we impress upon, as the honorable member said, to the miners as they close down their business to rehabilitate and ensure that they leave the environment in a good condition.
Thank you. Honorable members, that was the last supplementary of the last question posed to Honorable Zwane, the Minister, Mineral Resources. I must thank the House for remembering the unwritten rule. And the unwritten rule, Minister, is that the maidens are treated very gently. I'm not sure next time you will be this lucky. Thank you very much for coming. We proceed, ministers and honorable members, to the next question, question 192, posed by the Honorable C.G. De Beer, to the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. The Minister.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Thank you very much. The Polish Rural Development Program, it really, I think the trip was quite a worthwhile one. They are better targeted than us. That's what we learned there. They are better targeted than us. You see, a third of their funding, for example, goes directly to physical investment. Yes, we do that because we do the recap. If we have the recapitalization development program, which help farmers to build, put up fences, handling facilities, deep tanks, and so on. We are targeted. To that extent, we are targeted as much as. But the other third is funding support. Of the funding support is reserved for environmental and climate-friendly services. Now, this is an important aspect, which, particularly given the SDGs recently. This is an area which we have to focus more. We tend to, rather than being transversal, focusing on this as a department as we should, we tend to leave it more to the department the portfolio that's charged with this responsibility. But with regards to the agri-parks, for example, we've decided to work together because of this factor. We have a lesson in the Free State, dear Talawa, that's a green village that we built there. So we want to be more targeted, not just an isolated case, but to spread out. And they've done that. They're doing this very well. Lastly, the other third, it goes to agricultural support. Now, they are rural development and agriculture. So I think the targeting in this regard, again, we've worked through with the Department of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries to target more, working together so that we have the necessary impact. So they have the advantage of being one department in two. We have separate departments. So it's a question of coordinating across the two departments. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable De Beer.
Chairperson, thank you for the Honourable Minister's reply. Poland is very high up in the northern hemisphere and get excessive snowfalls, so they don't have a water problem. Are there anything that in your engagements that we can learn from that in South Africa, looking at the Eastern Free State and part of KZN, Drakensberg, the Lesotho Mountains? What can we learn from that, taking us forward in water management?
Honorable Minister.
Well, this is another thing. It again is a function of organization in Poland, as well as what the honorable members say, the organization of farmers. And if you take the way they farm on aquaculture, it exactly has that. They're working on that. They use the water, they divert water from rivers. And then once the water, but now and again, they purify this water and release it back. So that's something that and in fact, we've agreed with them that we agreed on a partnership, because in the agri-parks, we want to have, part of what we want to have is aquaculture. Free State has already started that, but I think Free State are running into this challenge. But lastly, we're not managing water properly here. We have a bit of water. Look at how many rivers are running to the sea. We're not harnessing the water in this country as much as they do, even though they've got plenty of water there. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor.
Any other? The Honorable Faber, Honorable Schmidt, Honorable Blanche.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, yes, as my wife is Polish and I come from Poland, I go to Poland quite a lot. I must say it is quite a different weather in Poland. And because of the snow, etc. And they've got a lot of pig farms there, Minister, as you know, specifically pigs. They can't have cattle like we've got because the climate is drastically different in the seasons. My question to you is, what did we really learn for our specific environment in South Africa, for specifically where we come from in the Northern Cape? We represent the Northern Cape, Honourable Charles de Beer, that's also sitting here, where there is almost no water. This is why he's talking about water, Minister. He only sees the West Coast. That's the closest he gets to water. So what I just want to ask is, with our type of climates that we have, where we have almost half desert, and where we've got the KwaZulu-Natal areas which are much better, and Limpopo areas, my question is, how can we use their best practices in our country with our type of climate? Thank you.
The Minister.
Well, I wish the Honorable Shushu was here, because he doesn't believe there's water scarcity in the Northern Cape. Maybe because there's a big river that's running there, that's running through there. Sometimes you have floods as a result of rain somewhere else, and it just messes up. But the fact of the matter here is that, as I said earlier on, we're not managing. We need to manage water consciously here in South Africa. Part of the challenge with the Northern Cape is that you have for example, take the Great Orange River. Now, the linkage with Namibia creates problems. You would want to harness a lot of that water. But if you do so, you can't do it ahead of the tributary that goes to Namibia, because Namibians are going to be in trouble on the other side. So you have to find a way of dealing with that. But secondly, with regards to Poland, we didn't have anything like this, because they don't have this kind of problem. But secondly, you know what we're testing ourselves in Limpopo. We studied this. We've developed a technology in the Rural Infrastructure Development Program. Perhaps what I would do, because it would be nice to share that and us honorable members to have a look at that as well, see how it works out. Because we have developed that technology. It's not original from us, but that branch has learned this technology of trying to make water, to make rainfall. We have that technology. We're using that technology. We tested it in Limpopo. We piloted it there. It works. So we might have to do that if the Northern Cape would one day say we need water. At the moment, we haven't heard that from Northern Cape at all. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether the Minister is referring to the Mujaji signs. The Honourable Smith.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister. I would like to know regarding lessons learned on transport infrastructure, and more specifically rail infrastructure, the role that play in ensuring that we revitalize rural economy. What lessons learned, and are we looking at expanding rail infrastructure in such a way that we can use it as a stimulus for rural economy?
Well, thanks very much. Honorable Chair, the driving from one end to the other in Poland, what strikes you is the amount of trucks on the road. Now, we ask this question, what's happening with the rail? Yes, there is also rail. It's a balancing, but the movement is faster on the short routes, because the rail is used in the main in long distances. It is there. Now, what we have done, what we are doing ourselves, just look at the design of the agri-parks. Part of what we're doing, we will do there, is to actually do a lot of road infrastructure, because in that's rural areas now. Because the goods moving from one end to the other, they get damaged because of the state of road. Our conditions of our roads right now, you know very well, are very bad. This is what we are targeting. That's why we're budgeting. This year alone, we budgeted 2 billion rands for this agri-parks thing, but we're focusing on the feeder roads. We would like, Honorable Chair, we are persuading, we're talking to Salga last week, the Small Towns Conference. We were proposing to Salgat, and the minister was there, start thinking about roads out there as economic roads, because part of the mistake is to say these are access roads. Those are not access roads. It's an ideological thing that must be corrected in our minds. These are economic roads, and that's the direction we want to go, so that we have transport that is linking this and other village and the agri-parks, in other words, the feeder or production sites, and the agri-parks. That's what we want to do. We think the transport is going to play a key role on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We proceed, members, to the next question. It is question number 173, posed by the Honorable Kaula to the Minister, Rural Development and Land Reform. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Well, the total number of people who have lodged their claims on mobile lodgement offices from the 25th of April this year is 14,976. But the number of people who visited the mobile clinic, the mobile offices, to just get information and clarity and some kind of an informal workshop, if you like, is 49,976. That's a huge number. And that total is a total out of 105,826 that have been lodged right now. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Minister. Thank you that I did see the program after our engagement again here in the NCOP. But it was only after that I noticed there was something in the paper about the bus going to rural communities. But what I noticed, Honorable Minister, is that the reach out program that they had was that the bus would stay in one district just one day. Is it possible to have maybe the bus stay in a district more than a day so that the program is much more effective? Thank you.
The Honorable the Minister.
No, that's not my understanding, Honorable Chair. My understanding is that it stays a month in a district. That's what is happening. We launched it. I was present in the Free State. I said this is going to stay here for a month, and it did. Elsewhere, it will stay there for a month. It would be an exception, I suppose. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but I think it would be an exception.
The Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. Again, I want to be in line with the person that asked the question. Minister, this mobile lodgement office, is the precise wording of it, what it's called, I believe. Their program on their website currently shows that on the 26th of October, from yesterday to Sunday, there's the Gauteng lodgement bus. We are in NCOP, Chairperson. It's supposed to be in Randfontein. I checked all over yesterday and I called them. They were in Meadowlands. The immediate problem is, do we advertise enough? Do we change it? It's currently still on their website as that. The bus stays in a week for a place. The program says it is there, it is there, it is there for the whole year. But the problem is that this bus is being shared between Gauteng and the Northwest Province currently. Are there any means to rectify this, Chairperson? Can the Minister please respond to the change? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable the Minister.
Firstly, I must thank the Honorable Member for the Bramfontein Meadowlands thing. I'll check that, just for consistency, I think. Because once you announce it this way, unless you change, and you must tell people why you change if you change. Thank you for that. I'll follow it up. This one of one bus to different provinces, that cannot be changed because it has got lots of financial implications. You will see there's a question that's related to this below. So it says which province is this and that. It's quite expensive. It wouldn't be affordable unless the House could give us more money.
Certainly not this House, Minister. We are church mice. The honorables, I only had 2 hands for supplementaries. We proceed. We go to question 187. It is the question by the Honorable Ntebe to the Minister, Rural Development and Land Reform. The Minister.
Thank you, Chair. This is exactly the question I was referring to. You have here, people are very appreciative actually of the reopening. And I said earlier on that up to now, and it's just a year. In fact, we either are above the figure of the full period of the first window. That is the extent to which people are enthusiastic about this reopening. We're on 105,826 that have been lodged now. Now, we're processing those. We remember that we had agreed with members of the House and the public saying that prioritize the claims that were lodged during the first window. So we don't process these as yet to the full. We process them to the extent of, we lodge them into our system. We check the authenticity of that. So we're not finalizing them because we're finalizing those that were lodged before. It's a huge figure. You can see here there's a lot of enthusiasm. Because there's a lot of, we've got the mobiles, we've got a bit of communication. We have improved on communication. So it's going to be very, very exciting towards the end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. We pass. I have, yes, Minister.
Fair question which is important here. The question about traditional leaders. Well, just let us just remember that the cutoff date is 1913. And anything beyond that is outside of the law. That's the Restitution Act, as amended even. Now, the President did announce, I'm talking now on this question of traditional leaders, because this has been a very strong issue, a big issue. The President announced in 2013, I think, during the State of the Nation address, that the government has decided to explore exceptions to the 1913 cutoff date to accommodate the Khoi and the San, historical landmarks, and heritage sites. Now, on the 23rd, on the 20th and 21st of this month, we have a consultation on this matter with a range of stakeholders, including the National House of Traditional Leaders, plus representatives from provinces, the National Khoi San Council, NKC, the reference group on the Khoi and the San, other stakeholders like lenders people, and so on. All of them that we have been dealing with in terms of the communal land tenure policy. That's also coming out here. So that is where we will address the question that traditional leaders ultimately want us to go to, not within this current legislation on restitution, because it will be unconstitutional and unlawful to deal with matters beyond 1913. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, I think the Minister went very far in addressing what I was trying to get from him, and I appreciate that because the information was quite intense. But Minister, from a rural province like the one that I come from the northwest, where you naturally have every little space existing belonging to a certain traditional leader. Don't we anticipate any issues of competing interest to come out of the communities and traditional leaders? And that was the intent and the purpose of my second part of the question. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Chair. That's quite a good question. That's exactly what I anticipated, because that's what we're really experiencing. We met here, just in the other room, here with the House of Traditional Leaders. There was a huge contest. We had come here to interact with them on the communal land tenure policy. They left that completely. They went to the Special Planning and Land Use Management Act. We never expected that it would actually, that would be the main issue. And that's exactly what we're dealing with on the day I was referring to earlier on. We're dealing with the Special Planning and Land Use Management Act, 2 days. It's 2 days that SPLUMA, it will deal with the communal land tenure policy. It will deal with the exception to the 1913 cutoff date. They will be there. So we would be, what we're trying to do is to bring under one roof all the land stakeholders in the country, whether they're traditional leaders or neoliberals, whatever they are, under one roof, and say, this is the direction we're going, let's debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chairperson. Previously in this House, on a question about funding the reopening of land claims, the Minister responded by saying we'll figure it out as we go along. So I would like to hear from the Minister if he figured it out yet on how his department will be funding the land claims that is laying on his table and still coming in.
The Minister.
Honorable Chair, thanks very much. Let me remind the Honorable Member that the context of that response was the RIA. The RIA was saying this will cost the country 179 billion rands. And the Honorable Members were asking, where are you going to get the money from? I said, I repeat, from the fiscus. So we are budgeting every year. We are busy budgeting now for the next financial year. So the figure of 179 billion rands, in my view, is an exaggeration of what we're dealing with here. Now, but I can't then say the figure we're talking about is 20 billion or whatever. I'm saying our experience during the last window is that we can't come nowhere near a figure like this. And some honorable members believe this figure very, very passionately. I don't. Thank you.
The Honorable Kaula.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo ohloniphekile mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe. Enye inkinga ekhona lapha eindaweni zamakhosi ukuthi umhlaba wathathwa ungaphansi kwamakhosi. Bese kwenzeka inkinga yokuthi manje umthetho uthi mase nobuyisa nina uclaimiwe ufuna uclaimwe abantu abathize bese ke beform itrust. Bese leyo trust kube yona engamela umhlaba kodwa umhlaba ngesikhathi uhamba wona wawungaphansi kwenkosi. Manje ke engifuna ukubuza kumhlonishwa ukuthi kuzolungiseka yini mhlambe nalokho kule ingxoxo akhuluma ngazo ukuthi ake kube khona phela ikhathi la nizobuka ukuthi umhlaba lo wahamba uhamba kanye kanye ungaphansi kwesandla senkosi. Awuthi uma ubuya futhi bese ufakwa ngaphansi kwesizwe leso owawukade ungaphansi kwaso ngesikhathi uhamba, kunokuthi kube khona abantu abambale kuthiwa bazoba amalokhuzana ama-beneficiaries kube ne-trust, ngoba nalokho kuyayidala iy'nkinga lapha emakhaya ukuthi bese kuba khona kwezinye iy'khathi ukungqubuzana phakathi kwe-trust kanye ne-traditional council. Kanti mhlambe makubukeka ukuthi lo mhlaba uhambe uphethwe amakhosi ubuyiselwe ngaphansi kweindawo zamakhosi mhlambe lokho kungqubuzana kungathi ukuncipha. Ngiyathokoza.
Honorable Minister.
Secretary, Deputy Chair, thank you very much. Ayikho inkosi enomhlaba. Ayikho lonto. Ukuqala masiqale ngokuthi ubukhosi kufanele umhlaba nabantu. Ngoba umhlaba ngowabantu, inkosi yabantu. Ngoku sisike sijike lento sithi umhlaba ngowenkosi. Inkosi yona ngokwayo ithi umhlaba wesizwe sakuwethu lo. Ithi inkosi, ayikho inkosi ithi umhlaba wami lo. Ndifuna ke ndive. Umhlaba wesizwe sikabawo lo. Ithi inkosi. Ngoku ya inkosi ibisilwa. Ibingalwa inkosi yodwa iphume pha. Inkosi ibikhokela umkhosi wesizwe. Kuyolwelwa ukuba kukhusele lo mhlaba wesizwe. Xa ngoku lo mhlaba ubuyiselwa kwesizwe. Awuhluthwa nkosini, ubuyiselwa kwesizwe. Into eyahlukileyo yinye ngoku. Yindoba kukho ngoku isizwe esinye esihlawula itax yokuhlawula nezankosi. Akukho nkosi ebhatalwayo isalary yayo uphela kwenyanga sesisizwe sayo. Inkosi ibhatalwa kwingxowa yesizwe. Yohlalutyo mali yolwabiwo mali yesizwe, i-budget, national budget. Iba inkosi ibibhatalwa isasizwe sayo. Ingakwazi noba iye nase town yokuthenga isonka. So, i-constitution yethu umgaqo seko wethu ngoku uthi isizwe sinye ewe sinezizwana ezikhoyo eziyinxalenye yesisizwe. So, mna mos ndingumgqunukhwele. Ayitshintshi lento. Noba ndingayi-Republican. Ayitshintshi into yoba ndingumgqunukhwebe oyi-Republican. Ngoba ndisisizwe sobugqunukhwebe, ngumgqunukhwebe ongubezibomvu. Ongazondanga mntu uzonda umthetho, uzonda umuntu unetyala. Sithi abo magqunukhwebe. Asizondanga mntu. Sizonda umthetho. Ozonda umuntu unetyala. Ndiyazidla ngale nto. Now I'm a Republican. There's no conflict. I-problem ilapho ke sekela sihlalo that thina si-confuse into ezimbili. My loyalty to my ubugqunukhwebe and my responsibility to the nation as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Keila, you're the last one.
Bulela Ngqongqoshe. Ngqongqoshe ingxaki ekhoyo kwezi claims zintsha eyenzakayo njengoba ndithetha. Ufumanisa ubana kukho ezi claims indala. Then ufumana i-committee eclaima kwakule claim seyiclainyiwe yavunywa ngurhulumente. Into enjalo ke yenzeka phaa kulaa claim yaseHighbury. Apho ngoku njengoba ndithetha nawe abantu banobulalana because abantu basempindweni baclaime umhlaba waseHighbury oseklenyiweyo. Ngokuva kwam kucandwa amanxiwa nje basithetha njena ngabantu abana batsha basandukleyima. Into enjalo yenziwa kanjani? Ilungiswa kanjani Mhlekazi? Nkosi.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Here in District 6, in Cape Town, in District 6, there's a wave of new people who have claimed land. I've just taken a decision 2 days ago or so with the team to say, look, we must arrange now. We must arrange a meeting with the claimants here. Because we have already established two subcommittees or task teams here. One is dealing with supporting the technical work that we're doing as a department and the municipality and the province. The other one is social integration, for social cohesion, bringing people back and so on, assisting. But these are outside of that. They know this. And they've organized themselves outside of the process, but effectively they want to get inside. So we have to bring them together, and then they can become part of the structures that we created. Because we recognize that some of them were part of it, others owners or tenants. Highbury, it shouldn't be an exception. Remember this. Part of the reason why we requested government to reopen land claims is because in our consultation you had 1,296 people who said, we have received our land back. But we were removed from that land with many other people who did not claim. So we think it is unfair that we are enjoying the fruits of this democracy and they are outside of it. Could you please reopen so that they get an opportunity to claim? In other words, it's not necessarily that it's an embedded claim. It's something that needs to be adjusted only. In other words, those people, even though these are new claims, for them, you're not going to get any money to buy any land. All you do is to recognize them, bring them in, so that they become part of what they lost. I'm not saying that that is what's happening in Highbury, but I'm saying this is the experience we're having. So we'll have to follow and see what are the dynamics of that. Because there are also people who claim they were never there, by the way. There are people like those. Those are anarchists that we have to deal with. They just want to go out there, create havoc there. We have to sort of separate between the two groups of people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. There was no indication that there will be a person standing in for Honorable Mokwele, question 204. Then we'll move, Honorable Minister, to question 193 by the Honorable TPR. So the one of 204 falls off. We get to 193.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Indeed, the CRDP assisted us to have a better understanding of what we were dealing with, especially because we embarked upon the household and community profiling and have a better understanding. But again, there are weaknesses which, when we were moving towards the full implementation of the lessons, one of the things that we didn't do, for example, in total across the country, the households that we profiled, you have an average of about 5 people per household. Now, what we did not do in terms of, again, it's a question of targeting here, which is a shortcoming on our part now. We identified that if we had targeted and we said, of these 5 people in this household, 3 are unemployed and 2 are unemployable. Because if you think about it, that's what is coming out now. That you have people who are unemployable and those who are unemployed but employable. Now, these are 2 categories we should have done better. We have not. We've failed. With the district land reform, with this thing, district agri-parks, this is an area which we want to target. We are training, even the Narisek youngsters now, we are training in Tabanchu, working with institutions. This is an area we're focusing. We want to make sure that when they go out, they are able to work in their communities and ensure that it's not just profiling, but it's profiling as part of poverty reduction strategy. So we learned, this thing we learned here. So if then we're looking at the detail of that, is to say socio-economic infrastructure projects, 197, that is now 11 bridges, rather 11 roads and bridges and so on. Some of them are low water bridges. There's one big bridge that we built, of course, on the Mbashe River, including the paving and so on. We're now going to build this big bridge over the Tugela River. We've done the designs and so on. There was a delay. Mhlonpegi should know. There was a delay with Ngosumbelas. He was afraid that we might be that because we just revitalized the 720 irrigation scheme on the Tugela Ferry, he felt that we should do the bridge upstream because it might be that people might perceive that we're actually focusing resources, services there. But it was really a scientific analysis of the possibilities along the river. So we understood him. We've been resolving that. We're ready to move, but we've been delayed by that. Same thing in the Northern Cape. There's this, I can't remember the name of this, that the community is working this side. It takes a long road to get to where they work. We were trying to build this bridge, but there was a misunderstanding, and I've just sorted it out with the Premier. So we have all of those kinds of things that we try to get around. We think, because the design of the district agri-parks management councils in the hands of the districts now, I'm sure the mayor sitting here has received, or mayors of districts have received my letter to say, you are now taking responsibility with us, full responsibility in terms of the agri-parks, include anything that goes with it. Then put together these councils in your district, this council in your district, it must be fully representative. We want to deal with these issues so that from each district, I don't have to say, Honorable Deputy Chair, that I think. I want to stand here and say this, and I want the mayor to stand there and say the same thing. And they are now going to be, we're meeting with them again. We're meeting with them on the 13th and 14th, exactly for this question. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Honorable De Pierre.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the Minister. I want to thank the Minister for the Rural Development Program that was rolled out in my constituency, Kamisberg, which made a huge difference in the lives of those poor people living up in the mountain and down to Honekle Bay, Subatsfontein, Spoegrivier, Klipfontein, and so I can go on. It's also an exercise, Chairperson, in IGR, intergovernmental relations. Because it's water affairs, it's agriculture, the Department of Agriculture, even the Department of Economic Development. What mechanisms does your department, Honourable Minister, have in monitoring the progress that's being made? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair. This is exactly why the lessons of the CRDP is exactly why now we're locating the responsibility, the core responsibility in the district, at the district level. Because we designed, during the last term, we designed a model, a CRDP management system. That system was saying, nationally, this is what we define policy, we come up with programs, but provinces must coordinate, district must implement, and local municipalities. That is the design. When we send this letter now, the Honorable Mayor will probably say the same. They received this model to say to them, in the past we had asked provinces to implement this. Provinces didn't implement that during the last term. They didn't. So we took the responsibility ourselves this time with the agri-parks to say, districts, this is a model. This is where you are. You see yourself here. You're implementing agents. We and the province, in terms of IGR, will support you. Remember, the IDPs were meant to achieve that. So we want to make sure that we strengthen that Of the 2 billion rands that we budgeted right now, 20 million rands of that is for capacity development, exactly for the district municipalities, to strengthen their capacity so that this thing is a success. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, after getting the response on transport alliance, and you more specifically referring to road transport, which I actually feel is a feeding form of transport, where rail is going to play a big role. Is your department engaging with Transnet to develop the rail system? I want to give an example. If you go to Mogalakwena municipality, which is Mokopane, and you find all those villages going straight up to Lepalale, where the coal mines are, and Medupi, you find also the platinum belt developing. Around that area is a lot of agriculture as well. Aghanang municipality, that's right next door, has got one of the agri-parks that's planned. In connecting all of that, not only looking at agriculture, but also looking at mine and the agri-processing and rural industrialization that was discussed earlier today in the committee on DAF. Is this going to play a role going forward? Because if we're not going to do that, we're going to put a lot of constraints on our roads, which is going to cost a lot of maintenance, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a very expensive exercise for government.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. In actual fact, the outcomes 6 and 7. Outcome 6 deals with infrastructure. Because we are chairing the management committee of the PICC, Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Council, so I'm also coordinating politically the outcome 6, although it deals with things that are ostensibly not agricultural, because rural development is also transversal. So we're working on that. Now, part of what we're trying to do exactly is to look at rail. And if you take the Strategic Integrated Project 3, which links Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, KZN, Free State, rail is key there, exactly for the reason that the honorable members say. In fact, it even moves from Northern Cape to Sultana. That's to revitalize those lines, exactly for the reason. It goes as far as actually moving into the continent and so on, in terms of the plan, because remember, the president also is championing the infrastructure bill for the continent. So the plans that are being developed actually are anchored around rail in the main, in order to save. Let's see how it works out, but the plans are there for that purpose. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Tere Branch.
Thank you. I was covered by the last question and obviously the Minister's response. Thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable Tere Branch. Then Honorable Minister, we come to the question by Honorable Prince 188. Already we have started dealing with the agro parks.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I would like to just be allowed to summarize this. I've been talking to it for almost every time I've been answering some of the questions here. The plan is like this, that there is going to be a national agri-parks advisory board. Now, Now, that will require a law. So for the first 12 months from the 14th of October, because on the 14th, on the evening of the 13th of October, on the 13th rather, we will launch this thing. The district land reform committees, you remember I referred to this earlier on, but saying that district land committees, the Agri-Parks, National Agri-Parks Advisory Council, all right? Whilst we are working towards establishing a fully fledged board. So that is going to be an advisory council over the next 12 months that will work and advise the Minister for Rural Development and Land Reform. But at the district level, there will be district agri-parks management councils. This is where the honorable mayors are going to play a major role. I'm talking institutionally now. So the production sites on the ground, if you go to Springbok Pan in Ngakamudiri district in Northern Cape, if there would be honorable members, in the Northwest, if there would be honorable members here from Northwest, take time, just go and have a look there, what's happening. Because part of what is happening, we're reviving the silos there in Springbok Pan as part of the board infrastructure. We are building the warehouses now around that. Remember, there's a rail line there. That's leading to that. The Wholeway Bridge and all of those things have been done. They're working now. There was water almost like this place there. It's dry. Everything has been done. Last time we were there about 3 months ago, there were, I think, 25 people working there full time and being trained, young people being trained by technicians as well, how to manage this. So, but we also because the production sites are critical, we entered into an agreement, an arrangement with Omnia. Omnia for inputs. Omnia came up with 44 million rands. We came up with, they said to us, okay, we want tractors. So we've got 29 farmers now. That's the last count I had maybe a couple of days ago. 29 farmers, including co-ops, working with under Omnia, this kind of arrangement. We just distributed 13 tractors, brand new tractors. We have this partnership with Balo World and Omnia on this. We distributed them because the production sites are very important. So if honorable members could, in the districts where you come from, help. Because part of the decisioning that is slowing down the process in some districts is determining where the site is going to be. The honorable mayor of Mzinyat and his team, they decided earlier on, I think it's Dundee. Yeah, they decided themselves, this is going to be Dundee. So we're all working around that because the determination is them as district mayors. So look at that. So the institutions are very important, especially the district agri-parks management councils, which are representatives, women in agriculture and rural development, youth in agriculture, farmers, women's cooperatives, national movement of rural women, a lot of traditional councils. We said 2 per district, 2 representatives per district of each of these organizations. And then there's also the SOEs, state-owned enterprises, ARC, HSRC, Land Bank, IDC, NEF, also coming into that. And of course, the big banks in South Africa, Banking Association of South Africa, AgBiz, Agricultural Business Chamber in South Africa, all of them part of this big scheme of things to ensure that the rural communities, structural poverty is defeated in rural communities. So, honorable members, please stay close to this thing and assist us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Prince.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member, for your response. I believe that there will be more questions in future about it, so don't become tired of answering the questions, Honourable Member. Minister, Honorable Minister, my question is, has local agriculture communities been adequately consulted and informed with regards of the development of the agri-parks? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
It's not clear why the honorable members prefaced the questions in the manner she did. Because I've just invited the honorable members to help me. You see, turning the legacy or destroying the legacy of colonialism of a special type, it's like turning the Titanic. You can't do it alone. We will crash. So the honorable members must assist all of us to destroy the legacy of colonialism of a special type. Colonialism and apartheid are dead. Long live colonialism of a special type. So honorable member, please assist us. Now, the districts in the Western Cape, it's just as much as exactly the same as in KwaZulu-Natal or everywhere. The MEC is responsible as a political champion in the province. The municipalities are working hard. You know, I met this MM of Witzenberg on Thursday. When was it? Yeah, I think it was Thursday at the SALGA meeting on the 22nd. He said, we are working very hard on this agri-park. We've already identified the site, blah, blah, blah. Now, it's exactly the story that we're getting. Nosy Peterson, you know Nosy, now representing the workers. He says district land reform committees are doing very well. You could launch them. We had meant, in fact, to do that this weekend. It's because of people like those. He said, but the agri-parks, we're still working on that in the Western Cape. Please reschedule the date. That's why we rescheduled the date to the 13th. It's because of what's coming from the ground, including the Western Cape. So I'm not interfering at all with the Western Cape, with KwaZulu-Natal. They know they're sitting here. If you talk to your district mayors, they'll tell you exactly the story. I expect them on the 13th or by the 13th to say to me, in this district, these are the representatives of the District Agri-Parks Management Council. All of them. If there's a failure, it will be a failure of the district municipality. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister. Regarding the fact that no feasibility study were undertaken in terms of the agri-parks, I would like to know how sure are we that the people who actually supposed to benefit from this is going to benefit from it. I can take example if we go to the Sekukune one, which is around Marble Hall, Groblersdal. How accessible is that park going to be to rural communities that want to develop agriculture industry?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Excellent. Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair, that is why I was appealing exactly the point, that honorable members stay close as representatives of the people. Stay close to it. Guide it. So that when we stand here next time and account, you say, I've seen it, I've participated this way and that way. We think this thing is a good idea, but it's not practicable. Now, it is impossible until it happens, and when it happens, it can be inevitable. That's the approach we are adopting here. Now, the CRDP is a very important lesson, provides us with important lessons. Take Muyeshe. One of the weaknesses we found in Muyeshe, even I'll compare this to Diatalawa quickly, to Honorable Deputy Chair. These are two settings. Diatalawa is a farming community. In other words, it's a typical agri-village. Diatalawa, the green village I was referring to. Muyashe is a traditional area. Now we defined a precinct, a district, what we refer to as a services district in Muyashe. Built this infrastructure there and so on. Now, how do you maintain that? That's why the DPME was saying we provide rural areas with high level or high quality infrastructure that neither the province nor some of the sister departments at national and provincial government can afford. There's merit on that. But on the other hand, you can't not raise the standard. And then we thought we must provide a market where people are. So the agri-park is important as a marketplace, so that people can now grow, can produce something on the land, sell, and they'll own part of the 70%, its own ownership by producers in the agri-parks. Government will own only 30% of that. The 30% will be shared between government and other strategic partners. 70% will belong to the producers. So that way, we have learned that unless you make people, it's basically, Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair, remember we have a representative and participatory democracy. We're introducing the element of participation. Not only in voting, but participating in production, in ownership. So we think, even though we haven't done feasibility study, the fact that we identified only one per district, we think it's because we are very careful and cautious. The other thing, the strength of this is that we're not only government. If you listen to the stakeholders here, take the big banks, BASA in South Africa. They say for the next 15 years, one every year, we'll put in place, we'll actually allocate 1 billion rands for the next 15 years. 1 billion rands per year starting this year. Land Bank is saying, look, we'll house the transactional function to make sure this thing doesn't fail. In other words, the integrity. So we've got all of this. ARC has designed, HSRC, rather CSIR has helped us design this thing. We have got all of these state-owned companies, and I mentioned them. I said ARC, CSIR, IDC rather. They're there with us, NEF, they're there with us, and the banks, and I said AGBIs, and the rest of the other participants. So it's a well-crafted thing. The design that you will see of the agri-park is not our own making alone. It's a design which has been developed with with that expertise at our disposal, people on board. So it's a South African thing. It's not a Department of Rural Development thing, it's a South African thing. DTI, I wish I was saying to Chawe, this is a chief. I was saying to Chawe just now, I was saying to him that you must find a way of getting into this team, because we're a team of outcome 7, outcome 6, outcome 4, outcome 5, outcome 10. And social development, because the NEF is there, social development has joined us. So we are many. We are many departments, about 15 for outcome 7 alone, about 12 outcome 6 alone, 4, 5, 10, 7. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's take this opportunity and thank the Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform, Honorable Quinty. Thank you. But you are not, Honorable Minister, we are not expelled from the House. We are still welcome. We welcome Honorable Minister of Tourism, Honorable Minister Hanekom. We get to question 190 that has been asked by Honorable Ngita. Honorable Hanekom.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is my Uncle Googs, by the way, in case you didn't know. The answer to the question is yes, the department's Tourism Month activities held in September every year continues to place the focus on the importance of tourism and the benefits of growing the domestic tourism market in South Africa. Tourism Day 2015 was, as it always has been, aligned to the celebration of International World Tourism Day. This year, Limpopo was selected as the host province for Tourism Day from amongst the less visited provinces. That's what we do every year, Chairperson. We try to focus on and showcase some of the provinces that are not as prominent on the tourism landscape as other provinces. Limpopo did an excellent job, I must tell you that. The day was celebrated with the communities, and the message was amplified nationally through targeted media engagements. The main event took place in Palaborwa at the Kruger National Park Gate. Tourism, Chairperson, is a fast-growing sector of the economy and has been identified as a priority sector by government based on the current contribution to the GDP, as well as the potential to unlock further growth and job creation across the tourism sector value chain. Stakeholder engagement is prioritized via outreach and public participation programs undertaken by the department throughout the year in order to share information about programs that benefit various categories of stakeholders. In addition, these engagements provide a valuable platform to interact directly with the public to hear their views on the work of the department and the material conditions within their operating environment. These interactions provide valuable strategic insights which further inform the work of the department. The department also interacts with communities in the development and implementation of tourism-related projects which directly benefit such communities. These include a number of community-owned lodges and visitor information centers. The media engagement plan of the department has also focused on targeting community and local media in addition to national media. This provides an additional tool to spread the message of tourism amongst local communities in the provinces and municipalities. The second part of the question, Chairperson, the tourism value chain straddles across various mandates and competencies of many other government departments and across all spheres. This includes matters such as travel facilitation, transportation, culture and heritage, conservation, and so forth. It therefore calls for a collaborative approach in its planning and implementation. The department then works closely with all relevant government agencies across all spheres, and in some instances has memoranda of understanding with relevant national departments. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Nita.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first thank Chawe for such an elaborate response to the question. We heard from the Minister that you are Chawe. But what I want to ask as a follow-up to your response, Honorable Minister, is that you have said you have targeted provinces like Limpopo, my question is that, what are the benefits for the rural communities in those provinces like Limpopo that are predominantly rural? In terms of tourism itself, the benefits or else the programs that you have as a department that would help them to benefit. Thank you.
Honorable Nita. He will be Honorable Chawe, not Honorable Minister.
No problem. The Eastern Cape very sort of kindly bestowed me with this title, Chawe, and I'm very comfortable with being called Chawe. Yes, indeed, when we target provinces like Limpopo and other provinces that contain underdeveloped rural areas, a lot of our emphasis is on stimulating economic development, seeking possibilities and opportunities to allow rural communities to benefit from tourism opportunities. In the Limpopo province, for example, while we were there, we visited a number of rural-based projects and indeed launched a couple of them. A later question, Chairperson, is going to be related more to our links with rural development and more specifically focused on what we are doing with rural communities. But let it be said, though, that in a number of rural areas, including the Eastern Cape, the biggest single potential for economic development lies actually in tourism. possibly just tourism and agriculture. There's no industry, there's no mining, and so we need to seek ways in which we can exploit that potential, working very closely with local communities, and we are committed to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, thank you to the Minister. Minister, I normally argue that we need to go beyond that, and we want to appreciate that part of your responsibility as you are leader was also to have public engagements. But our public engagement must be able to give ownership of tourism to our own people. I can make an example now that, unfortunately, Honorable Nkwinti has left. That the history of our people is the history of the removal so that such parks can be constructed. They are living on the outskirts of the parks, but they cannot relate. Somebody who's living in Lidach in Northwest, less than a kilometer away from Sun City, has never been to Sun City at my age. And those are the things that we must begin to change. And I want to assume that part of this public engagement is to be inclusive so that our people can be able to take ownership and associate with tourism. Am I correct in that assertion, Minister? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, I agree fully. You are correct in that assertion. I mean, that's almost what the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform spoke about, to say that, this is our legacy. We can't escape it. We must confront it, and we must find avenues of working together in order to benefit communities who've been denied opportunity. In fact, as the Honourable Member would well know, often in the creation of parks, communities were forcibly removed in that process, denied access to resources. So there's a land restitution program, and some communities have benefited through the land restitution program, but we need to constantly explore other opportunities. In particular, you're absolutely right, communities adjacent to parks or adjacent to Sun City, but that engagement has to be an inclusive engagement, and there's some things that we can do as part of our government programs, do in partnership, for example, with national parks, but there's some things that we just have to give strong encouragement to the private sector and product owners, and even give them incentives to ensure that maximum benefits are accrued to local communities. But the Honourable Member is spot on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now come to the question. Honourable Mokoe.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Statistics South Africa report for 2013 indicates that domestic travelers are contributing 57% towards the tourism spend, and international is 43%. In terms of figures for 2013, it gives us for domestic spend 124.7 billion, and for international 94.2 billion. For us coming from the provinces, Minister, the question would be, if we talk about collaboration through the different spheres or with the different spheres of government, whether that spread of the spend, not in terms of the exact detail, but whether it benefits all 9 provinces in the country equally, or whether you would advise us as delegates from the provinces to do a little bit more work in our provinces in terms of implementing the tourism strategies, and which provinces would you then want to isolate on that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I have to take issue with the Honourable Member for intimidating me, firstly with his dress, it stares at you. Stares at you, and I haven't got any sunglasses to wear today, but it's great, and it's lovely. This is the kind of thing a Minister of Tourism ought to be wearing, actually. Then secondly, he intimidates me with facts and figures. He's obviously prepared very well. And he's absolutely right. The Honourable Member is right. we have seen that if you rely solely on international tourist arrivals, you're vulnerable. Because not only the impact of the visa regulations, which I'll get onto in a moment, it's amongst the questions to follow, but there are things that are right out of your control. If, just to give you an example, I mean, I see one particular resort in Turkey has, over the last year, lost $5 billion. One resort, or one town, I should say, $5 billion as a result of decline in tourist numbers from Russia because of the economic challenges in Russia. When something like Ebola strikes, we can send out all of the right messages, but we become the victim of it. And so we can go on. So you must never rely exclusively on international tourist arrivals. So the promotion of domestic tourism is critical. And any country that has achieved great successes in tourism has found the balance between promotion of international tourism and domestic tourism. Your question is somewhat linked to the former member's question, and that is finding ways in which not only we stimulate domestic travel, but where poorer people, lower income, children of lower income families, etc., have that opportunity. It's a travesty of justice, comrade. Honorable, excited. Honorable members, I mean, it is a bit of a travesty that we have these fantastic sites in South Africa, that there's Robben Island just across the sea over here, and a lot of young kids have never had the opportunity to go to Robben Island. When I went to Limpopo, I went to Mapungubwe. Those of you who have not yet been there, you really must go. But there are schools right close to Mapungubwe, and the kids just simply can't afford a day trip to those schools. So part of this 100 million rand, which has been earmarked for domestic tourism, some of it will go into just stimulating the desire of people to travel, because, you know, people spend money on consumer goods, many of which are imported from other countries. We think it's got economic benefit if people, you know, have this greater desire to see more of their own country and spend it here locally. But part of that 100 million rand will go towards assisting people from underprivileged families or backgrounds to also experience the richness of our tourism offer in South Africa. Just to go, for example, just to go to a museum one day in their lives, to go to the theater, to go to all of our World Heritage sites. You know, those should be what we strive to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I once again want to use an example. Looking at Makapan's caves and going through, you know, past Vienna on both the highway, whether it's the old road or the highway, you pass through two very, very poor communities that is sitting at a gold mine for tourism. And the underutilization of tourism, especially in that area, as I said, with Makapan's caves just around the corner. What will the department do to make sure that communities like that actually benefit from tourism? Through either, because I believe infrastructure development is one of the challenges, as the road to the Makapan's caves is a gravel, very, very bad gravel road, which international tourists don't feel like passing through, but even local tourists don't feel like going on the road and safety. But my core question is, how will the department ensure that communities like that actually benefit and take part in tourism?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think just to put it into perspective, I think it would be unrealistic to expect tourism to be, you know, to address all of these challenges. Of course, I don't think anyone is suggesting that. But tourism can make some kind of impact and some difference in that community. It's not going to create jobs for everyone, but can certainly contribute towards alleviating poverty in those areas and the creation of some jobs in those areas. On the infrastructure side, I mean, it's clear we do have, unless you come out with a loud voice and say the tourism budget must be doubled, we do have limited resources. We do have limited resources. I think one of our challenges, by the way, is to present that case loudly and strongly, that tourism is critically important to our economy and it is a big job creator. But we need to show success in what we're doing. I think that's also very important. But when it comes to things like infrastructure, I think the kind of role that I can play as a national minister, bearing in mind there are 9 MECs for tourism and other MECs responsible for other government types of programs. So what we do is to try to persuade the local MEC or provincial heads of tourism, if you like, and the agencies that in certain key tourism sites or tourism destinations, that fixing the infrastructure or the roads leading to the destinations, which we cannot do on our budget, but they can do, that it would be good investment. But having said that, in Makapan's Valley or the Makapan's Caves, there needs to be more investment in the site itself. And I fully agree with that. I mean, it's a fantastic site. It was one of the sites I visited during my visit to Limpopo. And especially now with the discovery of Homo naledi in the cradle of humankind in Gauteng, if you like, and the links between the two sites. So I think it's very much in the public mind, you know, the importance of and the paleontological significance of sites like that and archaeological significance. It's a beautiful site as well, may I add. Could I just share with the members that I must tell you that I was taken by a local guide who was actually unemployed, an young African man, and we will try and address that problem. I certainly discussed it with the MEC. He did the most incredible job guiding us through the caves and telling us the story of the caves. And that's the kind of talent we should nurture, because you can spend money on it, but in things like Mapungubwe and the caves like this, the quality of the experience depends very much on the guide that walks you through and tells you the story. Because when you see it, it says nothing. When you hear it and when the story is told, it comes to life. And so I think our investment should not just be in infrastructure, but we should also invest in people that can enhance that experience when you go to places like that. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now come to question 175, asked by Honorable Kaula. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question is related to the visa regulations. And of course, I mean, you know, there have been recent developments which I will refer to. But let me, from the outset in my formal reply to the question, say that the review of the immigration regulations, which was a task assigned by Cabinet to an interministerial committee led by the Deputy President, was not a matter purely between the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Tourism. Where's the questioner, by the way?
The peg.
There we are. Yeah. Thank you. The President set up this IMC so as to investigate the unintended consequences that were raised by a variety of stakeholders in the tourism sector. Having investigated and explored areas that can be adjusted to deal with both the security considerations and the unintended consequences, the IMC made recommendations that were approved by Cabinet on Wednesday, the 21st of October, last week that was, and then announced on Friday. Detailed feedback was provided to stakeholders, and a public statement has also been issued in this regard. The outcomes of the review have been very well received by the various stakeholders. The officials from all the relevant departments, including Tourism and Home Affairs, are now working on the effective implementation of the agreement. Let me say, Chairperson, that in the next questions to come, there'll be a bit more detail on, because I'm just answering to the question as it has been formulated. But in following questions, I'll be giving some more detail on what these agreements actually are. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks, Honorable Minister. You're quite right. We have been undertaken by circumstances, but be that as it may, firstly, I want to start by commending you, Honorable Minister, to say I'm convinced, were it not for you, your boldness in conceding to agreeing to the unintended consequences, maybe we would still be grappling with this issue. So I want to thank you for that, because we had Home Affairs here last year, and they were very adamant that this was the right way to go. So whatever appealed to both of you behind the scenes, I'm attributing that to yourself. But what I want to ask is, be that as it may, are you convinced that this is going to benefit both the objectives of Home Affairs in respect of what they wanted to achieve, but at the same time also continue to benefit tourism in the country? Because the outcry in the country was that tourism was suffering. But whatever relaxation that has been there, is it going to serve both objectives of both departments?
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thanks for your comments. Yes, Cabinet was quite confident that it, and so was I, that it would achieve the balance that we were seeking, because that's what it was really about. To say, it's not saying that the concerns of the Department of Home Affairs were not valid. There were some real concerns that needed to be addressed. The question was finding the right way of addressing them so that it would minimize the negative impact on tourism growth and economic development, if you like. So the measures as announced do find that balance, and the concerns of Home Affairs will not be compromised in the process. So, you know, you can never find a perfect policy measure that will address everything in its minutest detail of what you're trying to address. Policies are generally about trade-offs and finding the right kinds of balances. But we believe that in their primary concern of child trafficking, we don't think what is being introduced poses any particular threat. So the efforts to combat child trafficking should continue, and that we can put in world-class systems to ensure that, the visa facilitation, the ease of getting a visa, the greater ease that has now been introduced, is not going to compromise our country's security interests in any way at all.
Thank you. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, whether this is a mistake or consequence of poor planning, I don't know. You would be the one to tell us between the two departments. But it is reported that we have lost 7.5 billion in tourism. And this includes a predicted loss of 9,300 jobs by Statistics South Africa. Will someone be held liable for this? And what are your plans to recover the tourism industry after this mistake or consequence of poor planning? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Julius, I think it will be in order if we can allow the next question, 189. It's asking about the effects of the visa regulation, so it will be exactly dealing with what you are raising. I'll allow you to be the first one, to be the second one to have a follow-up if it's not going to be covered when dealing with 189.
Chairperson, I insist that it stays here. It is in line.
Okay, no, let me, short one.
Don't say you are insisting. No, I'm asking you nicely. I'm asking you very nicely.
I'm refusing very nicely.
Okay. Honorable Minister, you can respond.
Since you asked the very nice honourable member so very nicely, my very nice reply will be, I will reply in more detail in a moment when the next question comes up. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Faber, it's fine, okay, thank you. Then, Honorable Minister, we now come to question 189 by Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Honorable Ntebe. Where are you?
It's right on my left.
There you are.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's about the question is related to the current performance of tourism in relation to our national tourism sector strategy. My reply is as follows. The strategy the National Tourism Sector Strategy, which sets out the vision of South Africa becoming one of the 20 top destinations in the world, is currently being reviewed. I mean, the entire strategy, because it's 5 years later and conditions have changed. We might want to upwardly adjust some of the targets, and we might want to downwardly adjust some of the targets, but the review is currently in process. So, and this review will ensure that we continuously adapt to the evolving global environment in pursuit of inclusive and sustainable growth. It is possible that the vision itself may be reviewed, as the vision drives the aspirations and efforts of the tourism sector. But as it stands now, it challenges us to attain our desired position in the global tourism community. However, our vision cannot be driven only by the number of tourist arrivals alone. If I may just pause to explain that, I mean, it's partly related to what I said earlier. You can do all of the right things, and then you become the victim of something that happens externally. So it's not just about numbers. In the first instance, we must be sure that we are doing all of the right things. We're improving our destination, we're making our destination safe and attractive, and we're doing the marketing vigorously and creatively. Those are the things that we have to do. That's what we need to do, is measure everything that we do as a country in pursuit of excellence in tourism. Providing world-class experiences to our visitors and maintaining a positive brand presence in the market are critically important in our endeavors to be amongst the best global destinations. On the job creation part of the question, according to the tourism satellite account released by Stats SA, the direct number of jobs in tourism in 2010 was 567,000. The World Tourism and Travel Council in 2015 estimates that this number went up to 679,000. That was in 2014. And that represents growth of approximately 112,000 jobs. The WTTC also estimates that the total number of direct and indirect jobs, that is, means across the value chain, taking multipliers into account, etc., went up from 1.3 million during 2010 to almost 1.5 million during 2014, which is a difference of 192,600. Now, if we use both indicators, it's clear that the sector is on track to achieve the 225,000 additional jobs that we projected or targeted in the sector strategy. As far as the contribution to the country's economy is concerned, the target is to contribute 188 billion by 2020. According to the tourism satellite account, the contribution in 2010 was 69.3 billion. Again, the WTTC estimates for 2015 that this contribution went up to about 113 billion in 2014. You can just do a little bit of arithmetic and we'll see that that we're on track in terms of the pace of growth. So the target for direct and indirect contribution, of course, that changes to GDP, is 499 billion in 2020. The WTTC estimates that the total contribution to GDP went up from 243 billion in 2010 to about 357 billion in 2014. So with this rate of growth, we're very confident that the sector is on track to achieve both targets set in terms of contribution of tourism to GDP. The next part of the question is the effects of the new visa regulations. The impact, as we've already discussed, honorable members, has indeed been a decline in the number of tourists to our country. This was related to the requirement of in-person visa applications, which was a challenge for markets such as India and China due to their geographic size relative to the spread of our missions, or our visa facilitation centers, as it were, as well as the requirement of an unabridged birth certificates when traveling with a minor, and that affected the bigger markets, and that is the visa-exempt markets in particular. Honorable members would be aware then, as I said, that on Friday, the 23rd of October, Cabinet released a statement with regard to Cabinet's resolution on the recommendations of the Interministerial Committee that was tasked by President Zuma to find a balance between the national security interest and the economic imperatives of the country. Honourable members, as I said earlier on, we have found this balance, and we are confident that we have. We believe that the implementation of the resolution will benefit both the national security interests and the growth of tourism in the medium to long term. If I can just digress a little bit, we should also see negative growth. We should also see that as a security threat. You know, if as a result of some of our own policies, it results in economic decline, what is the consequence? Job losses, more hungry people, more people who could potentially turn to crime. So we owe it to our people to address vigorously their harsh economic circumstances. So we have to be very careful when we find these balances. You can say we can't only say, well, we protected some. You've got to see the picture in its entirety. So the announcements, honourable members in Cabinet, I just want to highlight a few of them. And you maybe have heard on the media in any event, but the accredited travel companies, like travel agents that are vetted and accredited, will now, in terms of this decision, will be able to lodge visa applications on behalf of their clients in countries like China and India. Whereas currently, that is not the case in terms of the visa regulations and the decisions of Home Affairs. In those countries, you have to go in person with your entire family, and that could be a 3-hour flight to go in person to go and get your visa. So in terms of this decision, the travel agent can lodge it on your behalf. So that will make an enormous difference. So it simply means that tourists no longer have to apply in person for visas in those countries. The Department of Tourism will then assist, because the big question is when and how. So we are currently in the process of identifying those companies that could then be accredited. The Department of Home Affairs will, in the next 3 months, implement the capturing of biometrics, including fingerprints and photographs, at ports of entry, starting with a pilot at OR Tambo, King Shaka, and Cape Town international airports. Home Affairs will also continue issuing long-term multiple entry visas to certain categories of frequent travelers. Now, the other big challenge was the visa regulations as it affected minors and the traveling of minors. Minors or adults traveling with minors from visa-exempt countries. In other words, countries that don't need a visa to come to South Africa, which are our biggest source markets, will no longer be required to carry these unabridged birth certificates or other related documents with them. Instead, they'll be strongly advised, which is the practice of the UK, the USA, Germany, Canada. They'll be advised to carry these documents with them in the event that there's any suspicion, in particular if they're traveling alone or traveling with an adult who is not their parent. They'll be advised, in case there is any reason for suspicion, to carry those and to be able to prove the relationship between themselves and the person they're traveling with. Nearly finished. In respect of minors traveling from countries where visas are required, as in China, India, and Russia and other countries, minors will still be required to provide the birth certificates and other documentations in their visa application process. Again, to say the Department of Tourism will be working closely with the Department of Home Affairs to implement these cabinet decisions over the next few months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ntebe.
No, Chair, sweet and short. Honorable Minister, more often than not, there's an unspoken narrative that seeks to elevate international tourism far beyond domestic tourism. Now, in line, you said in your response that you have struck a balance in between what we need to do. In terms of the new concession, are we still in line with our own priorities of market penetration in domestically, taking into consideration that in some of the African countries in any case we have offices there that are trying to stimulate such growth? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Member. Two slightly separate issues. We will continue with the promotion of domestic tourism, as I spoke a bit about a little while ago. But the international tourism arrivals are very important to us. It's it's the equivalent of an export. It's bringing in foreign currency. So it's additional jobs. So we can get people to travel domestically, and it's very important because it addresses some of the geographical spread. So when you go with your family, if you go to Mapungubwe, which I hope you'll do now that I've promoted it, so you've been there. I hope you've been to the cradle of humankind as well. Been there, Robben Island, been there. Excellent. This honourable member is exemplary. You follow in his footsteps, please. The thing about that, there's big advantage in that, because it also ensures seasonal spread. You know that tourists from certain countries, they come particularly at certain times of the year. Cape Town, for those of you who occasionally spend a December in Cape Town, it's bursting at its seams. It hardly can accommodate more tourists. But other places might be empty at that time of the year, or other times of the year. You know, exactly. Cape Town itself is quite empty other times of the year. So domestic tourism, even if it's through business events and conferences and sporting activities, very important. When people descend on Durban for a soccer match or wherever else, it really fills the guest houses, it fills the restaurants, it's very important. But we've got to get people in from other countries. And we've got to, so the work done by our country officers, by SA Tourism, we have to intensify our efforts. We now have to, as they say, leap into the sunshine. We had certain factors that were preventing us from achieving our full potential. Those factors have been addressed. We've got to now go for it all the way. And all of you, on your telephones and on your Twitter machines and on your Facebooks, tell the world what a great country South Africa is, and tell them to come and visit South Africa, because now we want them in huge numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Faber. Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, Honourable Minister, you know, we were at Caesar's Palace about 7 months ago, when we had this problem. I was there with my colleague from the NA, and we had like a mini tourism in Durban. You were speaking to us there. And specifically at that time in the newspapers was this issue about the visas. And you at that stage said to us, because I asked the question about Minister Gigaba and the damage that it will do to tourism. And you committed yourself at that stage that exactly that next week you were actually going to speak to the minister. Now, I just want to know, why did it take about 7 months? And all this revenue, as my colleague was talking about now, that we've lost. Don't you think that this damage is, as they say in Afrikaans, mosterd na die maal? Because now to all of a sudden get people from overseas to get confidence, to know about the visa regulations, how will we do the damage control on that? Because I know all the tourist agencies all around the world will have almost written off with all the issues that we had on these visas. If you can perhaps just say to me, first part of the question, why did it take so long? And the damage that was done. And then the second part of the question was how we will rectify that.
Honorable Faber, it's entirely up to the minister to comment, because it's entirely new, not linked to the original question. Honorable Faber, Honorable Minister, you'll be the next one. I'm giving the opportunity to the minister to comment.
Well, you know, one day Bafana is going to be, you know, is going to win a World Cup. And the honorable member is going to say, why did it take so long? Well, you know, when you're in discussion and dialogue and you're looking at things thoroughly, you know, it's not like a half-an-hour discussion. So we went through things very thoroughly, not just the impact on tourism. We spoke about transit visas and work permits and a whole range of issues. So we dealt with it very thoroughly, and I think that's a good thing. So that we come out of there and we say we've thoroughly explored the so-called unintended consequences. We've thoroughly explored the issues of concern to the Department of Home Affairs, and we've come up with a comprehensive package through, and I can just say thank you to the Deputy President for facilitating these discussions so well. So, arguably it could have happened in a shorter space of time, but we've done it. And now we move ahead. And we don't look backwards and say, why so long? But what can we do to take full advantage of the situation? The people have lost confidence. No, that is not true. People want to visit South Africa. And so I have interacted with many tour operators in different countries. And it is true that some tour operators stopped selling South Africa because of these difficulties. But they are so eager to start selling South Africa again and to put it in their packages because it is a sought-after destination. So but it won't, we shouldn't be unrealistic either. Because these announcements were made, it doesn't mean that everything is going to be okay next month. It's going to take a bit of time to recover, to consolidate our position, to recover, and to get people to come back to South Africa. Because travel plans, while they can be cancelled very quickly, people do travel and plan in advance for their travels. So as soon as this message gets out, and as soon as the measures are properly put in place, I should emphasize that, then I believe that the response will be a very rapid response. I should just say also, there's no indication, although the tourism industry has been battling, because the first 6 months of this year, the numbers were down. And June was particularly bad. The good news, we only just got the tourism figures for July, incidentally. And July 2015, although modest growth, July 2015 is actually up on July 2014, Stats SA figures. But they need to be up more than that. And so, we need to do everything within our power to get the figures right back up to where they were and more. But we don't have much indication, or any indication actually, of people closing shop, retrenching workers. The tourism sector is quite resilient. So it might be that there'd be fewer waiters employed during a particular period, or seasonal workers, but they will be back in employment very rapidly. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just claiming what is due. The Minister promised to answer. I asked my question previously, and you said you'll answer nicely. You'll answer it nicely during the next one. Can I repeat it? Thank you, Chair. Mine is just on other parts I already covered. Mine is just on the 7.5 billion that is lost, rand that is lost in tourism, and the 9,300 jobs. How will we recover? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, I think I have responded, but those figures do not come from Stats SA, by the way. And, but doesn't mean that they are thumbsuck figures. I mean, it's clear that, cancellation of trips and declining numbers do result in lost revenue. Let's not kid ourselves about it. Of course, they do result in lost revenue. But those are not figures released by Stats SA. They were studies done by Grant Thornton in particular. And I think that they were useful studies, because you've got to say, well, actually, when you introduce a measure with good intent, if you want to study and understand the unintended consequences, you need research. Your decisions need to be evidence-based. So it was helpful. But on the question of how we're going to recover from it, I think I've answered that already. We're going to redouble our efforts. We're going to invest in tourism. We're going to do our best to make our country a more attractive destination, and we're going to intensify our marketing efforts. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, question 199 also falls off. There was no indication that there will be a person standing for the honorable member. Then we come to question 164 from the Honorable Mpambo Spugwana. Honorable Minister, you can respond. Already we have started dealing with this issue of the figures.
Thank you. May I see the question?
It's the one at the back of Honorable Ntebe.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm going to not repeat some of what has been covered actually in the previous question, because they related to each other. So, but we the question is really whether we've determined the amount of revenue and jobs lost. And the answer is that we had actually intended to conduct a study ourselves. But in fact, events overtook. And what became more important was to find solutions to these challenges. And that became the focus of our attention. And as far as we're concerned, the recommendations of the IMC, which were announced last week, are constructive and positive for the tourism sector, and we must now focus on implementation. So while there are no official figures on the revenue and jobs lost, the figures that, oh, he's gone, but the figures that were quoted are not official figures. It of course is known that you know, whatever revenue lost may have been the case, that the visa regulations did contribute to this. But it wasn't the only factor. Let's be very clear. We were very hard hit at the end of last year, the beginning of this year, by Ebola. And it's very difficult to determine, in truth, exactly to what extent the visa regulations affected tourism and to what extent Ebola affected tourism. The first few months of this country, we had very unfortunate events in our own country, and that is the unfortunate attacks on foreign nationals. It impacted on tourism arrivals from our neighboring countries. These things do. So let me see if I can summarize the reply. I'm just going to read. I'm not going to repeat what I said about what these measures include, because they were a summary. It includes other measures. If any honourable member has any questions about how we deal with particular cases, I'm happy to try to reply. But to say that partly related to the earlier question, our relationship with inbound operators who sell South African tourism products, experiences and services to the world is extremely important. We value that relationship. We work with them. Like all business people, though, they invest where there is a good return on investment. They become reluctant to enter into joint marketing agreements with SA Tourism because that's what it's about. Tour operator goes into a joint marketing agreement, and they go into agreements with specific product owners for that matter as well. And they had begun, as I said earlier, they had begun to divert their marketing to other destinations. And so now we are going to be working very closely with these very same tour operators, travel agents, et cetera, around the world. If you see me on a roadshow in China, please don't say, what's that minister doing in China? He should be here addressing the problems at home. I will be trying to address the problems at home in China because we want to recapture the markets that we've lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mpombo Pugwana.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just to thank you, Minister, first, for really trying to rectify the mistake that Minister Gigaba has made in terms of messing up. And I must say, thank you for sticking out your neck in that regard. It has reshaped and restructured the tourism industry because of what you did. Otherwise, we're just going underground. And I want to say, Minister, with regard to what I've just said to you, please, and I want timeframes in this regard on this question, when will the new electronic amendment upon arrivals at the airports be instituted? On the staff that will be trained on the biometric, you have explained what will be happening in terms of biometric systems, but I want the timeframes. When will this be effected? I thank you, Minister.
Honourable Minister.
You know, I think it would be fair to
Order,
say,
members. Let's allow the Honourable Minister to respond.
I mean, the Department of Home Affairs, it's not an easy portfolio. They're dealing with a range of matters, and I think they've made huge progress on some of the matters that they're dealing with. And so we really have to give credit where credit is due. And as I have said repeatedly, even in this instance, there was good intention. And I will never not say that. There was good intention. We disagreed about the way it was being implemented, We discussed the matter, we've come to an agreement. On the remainder of your questions, or the other question, that's really a question for the Minister of Home Affairs. But part of our agreement, though, and part of the announced cabinet decision was that the biometric data capturing facilities will be introduced at those 3 ports of entry within the next 3 months. So that is a short-term measure as a pilot. But we are in one mind. It is much more cost-effective to have biometric data capture at ports of entry than it is to do it in the missions abroad. Because otherwise you'll have to do it in every single mission abroad. And furthermore, if you have biometric data capture at South African ports, it can apply to visa-requiring countries and visa-exempt countries. There's no such thing as, there are no criminals coming to South Africa from Germany or from the USA, so it's much better to capture everyone's biometric data, and you can only do it if you do it at your ports of entry. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Makue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, in the Cabinet statement, there is also reference to a number of countries that concessions within the next 3 months to 1 year will be introduced by the Department of Home Affairs to increase the visa facilitation. And the countries mentioned there are like China, India, the UK, the United Arab Emirates, Uganda, Kenya. And when I was reading that, I'm asking, but why mention some countries? Isn't our target to influence or to have an impact on all countries? That's the first part. The second part of the question is that talking to our ambassador in Thailand, she reiterated the point so eloquently that you made about Ebola, where she said people were saying they cannot come to South Africa because there's Ebola in South Africa. And when she says, but no, this is in West Africa, then they say, oh, so you have West and South Africa. Having no idea where we are. But the point I wanted to make with that, Minister, is to say that when we look at brand South Africa and the markets, there is obviously lots of work to do on that. And my question is, because we're also looking at international relations, to what extent are the embassies, or what you call the missions abroad, engage in also enhancing South Africa's tourism agenda?
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
I'll reply to that question if he makes a firm undertaking to give me his tie. Otherwise, I refuse to. No, I'm joking. But if we have to do a popular vote, I'm sure you would all agree that's a stunning tie, right? Right, okay. The concessions, the visa facilitation centers, it's really a question that should be put to Minister Gagaba as well, but it does create a bit of confusion because on the one hand, we say, but in those countries requiring visas, they will now be able to lodge their visa application via a travel agent or a tour operator. On the other hand, we say we want to expand the visa facilitation centers. During the press conference, he clarified that question. It's not for tourist visas. It's for even visa-exempt countries still need to get a visa, like Zimbabwe is visa-exempt. But we're talking about putting visa facilitation centers there as well for work permits and other kinds of permits that are not the normal tourism entry, if you like. And that's the answer to that one. On the Ebola one, it is something, it's not about branding South Africa. We've got to brand Africa as well. And teach the world more about Africa. Because in fact, the European countries are closer to the epicenter of the Ebola outbreak than we are. But in the world, they tend to think of Africa as one big country. There's a northern part of it and a western part, just one big country of Africans, So we need some education in that regard. On the branding side and the missions, I can't tell you how well, I'm not able to tell you how well all of the missions are branding South Africa, but the missions I've been in contact with are really doing a sterling job. They are really going out of their way because we don't have tourism country offices in every country in the world. So that onus of responsibility then falls on the shoulders of a mission, of a consulate or an embassy. And I must say, they're trying very hard to brand South Africa. Maybe some countries are doing better than other countries. You can assess that during your own oversight visit. But my experience is that our missions are doing an outstanding job in branding South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we now come to question 191 by the Honorable Ngita, which is the last one.
I could help the honourable members who clearly want to go home to say, you know, I have no comment on this question. The question really is about our departmental plans to utilize tourism as part of economic growth and development for rural areas. The question which the honourable member behind me, who neglected to call me Honourable Chawe, asked. Yes, the answer is the department is currently and will continue to use tourism as a tool to stimulate and support the development of rural communities and rural economies. The department developed the national rural as well as the heritage and cultural tourism strategies. They're two separate strategies. You can find them on the website for development of rural tourism products and opportunities in South Africa. The approach is also meant to prioritize spatial nodes that have the potential to stimulate growth of the rural tourism sector in the country. As I said earlier, Honourable Member, I mean, let's take the Wild Coast, for example. Massive tourism opportunity. And there's not much else in certain parts of the Wild Coast. In fact, the tourism opportunity is greater than the fisheries opportunity and the agricultural opportunity. So we need to exploit those opportunities. But we need to do a few things in order to be able to exploit them. So the department is implementing those strategies I referred to through various programs, including the development of tourism infrastructure in rural areas, although, as I said earlier, the main responsibility is with provincial governments to do the infrastructural work. But we have been investing in several community-based projects when it comes to actual lodges and actual tourism facilities, but the accompanying and surrounding infrastructure is not our responsibility. So the department is then funding the implementation of what we call the Social Responsibility Initiative under the auspices of the Expanded Public Works Program to develop the tourism infrastructure projects with a strong bias to rural areas to contribute to the eradication of poverty, transformation, and to stimulate economic growth. Most of our projects under the Social Responsibility Initiative, Honourable Member, are actually in the deep rural areas. For illustration purposes, the department supported the enhancement and sustainability of the Zita Bizeni Resort in Mpumalanga through the renovation of 80 chalets, a kitchen, and a dining hall, construction of new office building, new ablution facilities, and a well-designed entrance gate. The paving bricks were manufactured on-site, and training of pavers was done on-site by local people. A number of young people were sent for formal technical training. We're also currently conducting tourism capacity building workshops targeted mainly at rural areas such as Bushbuck Ridge Local Municipality, Vembe, Kanyakure, and the Ruth Mompati District Municipalities, and the Maloti Drakensberg route. We've been conducting a number of workshops there. We work very closely with the MEC in the province. So we have a number of programs. We also have a partnership with the Tourism Enterprise Program, which in this financial year supported 100 rural enterprises on mentorship, skills development, quality assurance, access to finance, and market access, thereby supporting the creation of new and maintenance of existing jobs. In this way, the department intends to strengthen tourism economic growth and development in rural areas. The department's strategic interventions will continue to prioritize the implementation of empowerment and capacity building programs aimed at communities, small businesses, and local government as part of the economic growth and development strategy for rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me take this opportunity
Honorable Kaula.
Give a very short reply. Don't worry. Very short.
Ay, ngiyathokoza Sihlalo. Cha uncitha mengenayo follow up nginawo phela mina. Now, Minister, I welcome your comment about Maluti, but I would be more happy if you put more money in Isandlwana and also Emakosini Valley, just outside Ulundi, which have Emakosini Valley, the Valley of Kings, just outside Ulundi. Those two have got a great potential, but I don't think we have given them enough attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, we are fine. Okay.
When we do projects in the provinces, we are always guided by the provincial governments themselves and the MECs. But so I urge you to be in direct contact with the MEC, Mike Mabuyakula, in the province.
Thank you. Honorable members, on behalf of the Chief Whip and the Whip dealing with questions, Honorable Mutara and the Chair, let me thank Minister Anekom of Tourism, Minister Nkwinti, Rural Development and Land Reform, Minister Zwane of Mineral Resources, Minister Molewa of Environmental Affairs, Minister Jumat Peterson of Energy, and the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Forest and Fisheries, Deputy Minister Kele, for availing themselves to take questions in the National Council of Provinces. I can assure you, Minister, that those that were telling you that they have visited all the areas that we're mentioning, we'll make it a point that we check whether they have read about those places or they have physically visited them. That concludes the business of the day. Honorable members, you are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. The house is just chained. Thank you.